Alright, welcome back, people. Yesterday, we concluded Saijima's... Oh, it's my lucky day. Uh, Saijima's, Coliseum stuff. That limited Berserker a lot longer than I thought. Then we completed our casino task. And then we, met up with Riku. So what can we say about Riku? Riku is, the Fukuoka hostess. Um... Very Rask, a very very authoritative. Think she's the go-to person, judgmental, very risky judgmental, like quick to judge kind of thing. Less about deduction, lack communication, had friends that more or less behaves like her. Uh, doesn't really talk about things in positive light and generally complains about things that inconveniences her as opposed to incredibly self-centered. So it was all right. Um, things she she likes swimming. Other stuff might include cooking, and she wants to open a Western eatery. But generally, a person that thinks they're likable and useful, but incredibly narrow-minded and self-centered, and vastly overestimates herself. But she has friends that are quite similar, and her friends got into trouble with a host that was, turns out, coincidentally scamming them, but because of their personality, which really does check out, getting into that situation is very fitting for characters of that nature. So checks out. Kiryu happens to be the unlikely solution, coincidental solution to their problems. Temporary solution. Yeah, well, that's about... Yeah, Riku is that type that more or less you're listening to the problems while she thinks she's solving problems, but she's largely creating problems. Yep. Probably one of the lower interactions. Very, very... Just reminds me of the one of the... I don't even know if her name is Riku too. The one in Yakuza 3 in Ryukyu. Incredibly narcissistic. Can I wear these? Oh, I can. I wonder if it matters what kind of cologne you wear. Alright. Now we're going to Saijima. Which, historically, in the previous game, he was unable to go to a cabaret club. Because he just got out of the clink. And overcome his 25-year incarceration. Okay. So we grab the beat. Maybe the cologne helps. Oh, I guess we can... Covers 30% off at... that doesn't really do much. Maybe it does something else. I don't know. It's meh. 30%. We take this. Wait, was this worn in the... Huh. Oh, it was worn up here. So anything up here in this section might actually be useful. So anything down here, not so much. So these are worn in the accessory slot. Huh. All right. Grab the beads. Yeah, so these are one. I don't know if that makes any difference, but combining sense, I suppose. That what we get. All right, off to Sycamino. Hit up the info booth. Yeah, Riku was all over the place. But that's kind of the... It kind of checks out the type of interaction you would have with someone who's incredibly narrow-minded. Lots of self-pity, too. Like, occasionally she was receptive to the exact ideal pep, like, encouragement. But usually it comes off as being refractory, and you're spending most of your time agreeing and pitying her instead of trying to be encouraging in a more constructive way. Where was the thing? I think it was this thing, right? Yeah. I think it's that. Yes. And it's gonna take us across the street to, I think the place is called Ambition, maybe? Or was it Rose something? It's this pink building. Rose Hip. We know the watch doesn't do anything, at least I think. Here we go. Walk in here. All right. Sharing that he's from Tokyo. Oh, they're both from Tokyo. Or actually, technically, Saijima's from Osaka. That guy, this guy's from Tokyo. Aguya. That's a name. Any anime fans out there would know exactly the character I'm referring to. She comes off as lackadaisical. Interesting. But really smart and snappy conversationalist. Ooh, interesting. Popular with older men. What is he trying to say? Whatsicle? She takes things at her own pace. It's probably not... Oh, try not to lecture her. Not a fan of being lectured, huh? Blood type A, 26, Scorpio. And loves chocolate. Got it. So far we got chocolate, lackadaisical, likes older men, and does not want to be lectured. That is relaxed. I mean, it's kind of like Riku. Like, it's half like Riku, but let's find out. So we got some early details. Okay. Kaguya.
はじめまして。これ私の名。
Rose hip. Wait. Kaguya? Wait. Is Kaguya the same? No, right? Wait. Hold up. It is her, isn't it? Well, hold up. Kaguya. Is it Himura's love interest? Yeah, it is. Okay. So it is the same girl. Yeah, she looks very familiar. Oh yeah, I mean, Saejima says it too. This is the one that was introduced in Himura. I didn't even need to look it up. They were gonna say it anyways. Yeah, so Kaguya still works here.
Oh.
Okay, fair enough. So now he's doing it for realsies, not just in Himura's Mind Palace. Did I get away with gotcha? Huh. It seems like it's a pretty safe choice. Imagine just watching Saejima try to gotcha. Weird. That one's not so bad. There's all kind of stuff in here, huh? That's fair. That's quite true about Saejima. Looks don't mean nothing. A man's real worth is measured by his actions. Yeah, that checks out for Saejima.
でも冴島さんもいろいろすごいことされてるんじゃないんですか?
I guess.
せやな。
例えばどんなことされてたんですか?
Give me an example. I was in prison. It's not for me to tell. Honesty. Rip.
そうなんですか。ごめんなさい、変なこと聞いちゃって。
No, honesty is not the policy. How about you? Been at this job for long.
この店は3年くらいですけど、あちこち移ってるんで、かれこれ6年近くやってますね。
Exactly 3 years. That's the prison term. I move around everywhere. So Himura knew her, and the prison term was 3 years. So checks out. Other places. We're closer. That is a long time.
そうなんですよ。もう店の若い子たちからババア呼ばわりされてて。
26. That's definitely on the older side.
私、店でも一番の古株なんですよ。
Wow. How come you're stuck with it for so long?
なんとなく?
Kinda have. It's your calling? People with no sense of purpose wind up sticking with things longer than they expect. That's a pretty deep cut.
そうかも。私普通にお給料もらえればいいから、全然指名取ろうとしてないし。
Huh. So she doesn't even but It's amazing you don't get fired.
そうなんですよね。いつも店長からせめてドリンクくらい入れろって怒られてます。
Checks out. Didn't figure you out to be a troublemaker. Huh. Time to ask questions. I prefer to ask questions. Let's look at what her choices are for her interest. So, what do you like?
好きって何のことですか？
Let's go from left to right. TV.
ほんなら
What kinds of TV do you watch?
それはもちろん格闘技番組ですよ。寝起きにゴングの音を聞くとよっしゃ今日もやるぞって気になるんですよね。
Interesting. Martial arts shows. They don't show martial arts stuff in the morning, do they?
録画に決まってるじゃないですか。お気に入りの試合は何度でも見ますからね。
You're kinda obsessed, huh? That's cute. I
冴
like
島
that.
さんどちらからいらしたんですか？
Osaka. Tokyo. Oh, he goes with Tokyo? Really? Huh. I thought he was more in Kansai area before Kanto.
月見野にはお仕事で。
Oh, well, maybe he moved there. What brings Sukumino? Work? Honesty? Should we try honesty is the best policy again? I wonder what he says when he...
いや
Nah, this ain't for work. I came here because I wanted to. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Oh, that's technically true, though. He voluntarily took the prison sentence because he wants to own up.
へえいいな。私もそんな風に気ままに旅行してみたいな。
Not quite the vacation, though. It ain't exactly a vacation either. Yeah.
私仕事でカムロ町に行ってたことがあるんですよ。
Oh, interesting. Oh? For a hostess gig?
はい、ちょっと稼ぎに。
Just to make some money? I was gonna be floored if she mentioned Club Elise and Akiyama just out of coincidence.
な
Why'd you come back? It must have been better than here.
いえ、初めから3ヶ月くらいで帰ってくるつもりだったんで。
Oh, okay.
そうか
That's not long. Where'd you shack up?
はあ、それは友達の家に。こっちから上京して就職してる子がいたんで、その子の家に泊めてもらってました。
That checks out.
なるほど
It's good to have friends.
冴島さんもそういうのどうですか？
What do you think, That's definitely not Saijima's, lifestyle, but I mean, heck, it sounds fun.
うん
Sounds fun. Living a life where you get to move around from place to place might not be bad.
冴島さんだったらきっと似合いますよ。現地の人ともすぐに仲良くなれそう。
I mean, Saijima moved around a bit, but, not for that reason. Yeah, that's true. That's another question. Left to right.
そういや
What sort of hobbies you got?
家でゴロゴロすることですね。
Lounging around the house, I suppose. Oh, okay, so it's a different choice now. Huh. How about lounging around and doing what? Watching TV and stuff? I mean, yeah, we know the TV thing.
なんか猫と一緒に遊んだりとか、あと適当に映画見たりとか。
She has cats. What kind of cats?
白いのと黒いのがいて、両方とも女の子。
Two cats. White and black. Oh, interesting. Oh, okay.
なんや
Two, huh? Must be a handful.
あのね、私が寝てると勝手にお腹の上に乗ってきて、ふにゃーんって寝てるの。
All right.
私は重くてグエーってなるんだけど、可愛いからそのままよしよしってして一緒に寝てるの。
Fair enough.
おいおい
Is sleeping all you ever do? I mean, that's a fair
冴
question.
島さん、生まれは東京じゃないですよね。
Yeah, this is where Kansai or Osaka comes in.
Oh.
Nah, I'm from Kansai, yep.
やっぱり関西の人は言葉ですぐわかりますからね。
Yep.
ほんなら
How about you?
私は北海道生まれ、北海道育ち
Born
です
and
よ。
raised, yeah. I think we kind of already knew that. Yeah, and we had this question before already in Himura's section.
そうか
札幌です。
Yeah.
ん
And then this is where they talk about the accent, yeah.
いえ、子供の頃からずっとそうですよ。
Because of the
北海道
TV.
の子って訛りないんです。今は普通にテレビで東京の言葉聞きますからね。おじいちゃんおばあちゃんくらいかな。お父さんお母さんも訛りないですよ。
And then she mentions that other people slightly from outside of the Hokkaido region, like outside of Sapporo, has accents.
多分
ひょっとして
知らないってことはないですけど、なまらとかでも使わないんですよね。
そうか
青森とか東北の人の方がめっさなまってますよ。
Yeah, other people from Tohoku.
せやな
冴島さんだってなまってるんだから別にいいじゃないですか。
Kansai different. We used to be the this is where he talks about like how Kansai is kind of the center because he's very prideful versus the Kanto region.
え
And it comes
ど
off
う
as
いう理屈
negative.
ですかそれ。
Yeah. Very prideful.
ご延長で
Hey, let's ask another question. Our thoughts on romance. What choices do we have?
あせや
付き合い方ですか。
When you fall in love.
Well,
Oh,
no,
these
no.
are all different. What's it like when you fall for a guy? Do you tell him you like him?
ああ、そうですね。
Direct?
ここはアタックしちゃうかも。
Oh, okay, very direct. I see. You move forward that you're more forward than I would have expected.
え、だってそれで OK してもらえたらラッキーですし、ダメならダメですぐに次の声ができるじゃないですか。
Pragmatic.
Yeah.
Very pragmatic. You make it sound so simple. You don't get shaken up from being rejected?
いいなって思ったくらいの時にサクッと告白しちゃえば、振られてもあっそうって感じで、長々と片思いしてる方が絶対辛いですって。
Dang. Well said.
うん
Huh. You're a real no-nonsense gal, aren't you? Well said.
冴島さんはお化けとか幽霊って信じます？
Oh, we had this discussion too. I don't remember what the response works.
Oh.
Let's just say yeah.
あのね、私そういうのがダメなんですよ。
Okay. It was a follow-up about like teasing her about something.
私子供の頃から階段とか本当苦手なんです。そういうの聞いた後は夜も怖くて電気消せなくなっちゃうんですよ。昨日たまたまテレビをつけたら心霊現象の番組やってて、おかげで今日は寝不足ですよ。
Rip.
な
Why are you so
なん
scared?
か子供の頃に見たホラー映画のお化けがとにかく怖くて、それがトラウマになってるんだと思います。
I can see that happening.
映画の 中ではそうかもしれませんけど、実際に実物がいたら怖いじゃないですか。
せやな。
That's fair.
いやだ、ちょっと言わないでくださいよ。想像しちゃうじゃないですか。
Yeah, yeah. It was gonna be negative
おいおい
regardless.
グラスが空ですけど、どうします？
Yeah. You know the gotcha drink. I think we've probably seen all the stuff we can get from the gotcha machine.
乾杯。何が出るかな。
I'd be surprised if we find something new. Okay. That is something new, technically.
冴島さんって。
You're so buff? Just your type, huh?
私、格闘技が大好きなんですよ。テレビ見ながらいつも手に汗握ってますもの。
俺もや。
Oh, that's right. He used to watch pro wrestling. He's into martial arts now?
で
Interesting.
すよね。今年も大晦日の番組超楽しみにしてるんですから。
I didn't know that. New Year's Eve broadcast. You could touch him if you want.
そうか。
You're pretty into it, huh?
相当なんてもんじゃないですよ。男の人は筋肉が全てって感じなんですから。ホストみたいな細い男の人とか絶対ないし。
Dang, she's really into the beefcakes.
なるほど。
Huh. I see.
私、生で試合を見たことはないんですよ。一度行きたいと思ってるんですけどね。女一人で行くのはなかなか勇気が。
どうや。
Wanna go with me? And you wouldn't be scared.
本当に？
I mean, yeah.
でも格闘技のチケットって結構入手するの大変って聞きましたけど。
You need a ticket? Fair enough. That's okay. I used to help out at a gym. I still got some connections. Is that a throwback to Sodachi?
そうなんですか？冴島さんすごい。
Huh. That's another question about herself.
かぐや。
Mind if I ask you something about yourself?
何ですか？
な。
You got any siblings?
妹がいますよ。
Okay.
俺もや。
Hey, same as me. Oh yeah. Yikes. Man. That's a big oof.
へえ、じゃあお兄ちゃんなんですね。
ほんなら。
And you're the big sister.
そ
Touche.
れが私の妹もう結婚して子供もいるんですよ。
Interesting. Really? She moves pretty fast.
おかげで私この年でおばさんになっちゃったんですから。
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that though. But alright.
この前大学の時のサークルの仲間に呼ばれて久々にジンパしたんですよ。
LBBQ?
ジンギスカンパーティーの略。
It's like barbecue but with lamb? Oh, okay.
うん。
Ah, I see.
現役の子たちと OB20 人くらいで集まってバーベキューしたんです。大学行くの卒業して以来だったから懐かしくて。
That's a big barbecue. And barbecue's tasty. There's no point coming to Sukimino if you don't eat some.
本当で
It's
すか？
true.
苦手っていう人も多い
One of their
から冴島さんがジンギスカン好きで嬉しいです。冴島さんはバーベキューとかするんですか？
I mean, he's hunted before.
あ
りアウトドアなんですね。料理も得意なんですか？
If there's anyone, it's Saejima being outdoorsy. For sure. Better at eating. I'm good at starting fires. Probably better at starting fires. I can get a fire going on a snow-capped mountain with no lighter. I can believe that.
それすごい。それじゃあ今度一緒にバーベキューしましょうよ。
うん。
Huh. The word barbecue comes out pretty naturally. Alright.
そろそろお時間となります
Now we're good.
が、かしこまりました。
冴島さん、よかった。
I wonder if
本当ですか？
Himura, the topic of Himura comes up. Like she would allude to interaction with Himura. I don't think this actually affects anything. The response to email. It's kind of like a legacy from Yakuza 4. But, I don't think it really does anything.
冴島さん。いい匂い。
Okay, only the colognes work. Alright, fair enough. Gotcha time.
こっちお願い。
Let's see if there's any more new things.
おつ
How many more stuff is in here? Nope. Okay.
自分が指名してた女の子がお水上がったこととかってあります？
Who retired from her
Yeah.
job? No, never. Haven't gone around that much.
そういう時ってお客さんはやっぱりがっかりしちゃうんですかね？
I agree.
See
Of
ya now.
course. That means that hanging out and drinking together has come to an end.
そうですよね。普通店辞めたらお客さんと連絡取ったりしないだろうし。
Most of them probably.
そういえ、
You say you change clubs a few times. Would you say that's a common thing for you?
私の場合、基本的に月見のから変わってないんで、そのまま前の店の指名客が新しい店に流れてくるんですよ。
Okay, that's a fair point.
なるほど。
Gotcha. So your regulars have been with you all the time?
だからこの世界に足を突っ込んでからまだ一度もお客さんと完全に切れたことがないんですよね。
That's considerate.
そうか。
They love you. Must make you happy knowing you go out of their way to follow you.
そうですね。最近はもう指名稼ごうと努力してないから、そういうお客さんがいなかったら私とっくにクビになってたかも。
Fair point. Alright. Let's ask about her other interest.
な、
Gifts.
せやな。
Is there anything you want right now?
ひょっとしてクリスマスプレゼントですか？
Perhaps?
いいや。
Just asking.
あれ欲しいです。スマートフォン。
A smartphone. 2016? Oh no, not even 2016. This is 2013. Smartphone. Ain't those just regular phones? You already got a cell phone, right?
だってあれ良くないですか？指でパッパって。いつもお客さんが触ってるの見ていいなーって。
I see.
うん。
You barely manage a normal phone. I think all that other crap would make it even harder for me to use. I wouldn't put that by you, Saejima.
まあ多分私も楽しいのは最初だけですぐに飽きると思うんですよね。もともとそんなに電話使わないし。
Alright, sure.
せやな。
Gotta get something else done.
外
Being
寒くあり
bored
ま
of
せ
a
んでした？
smartphone, man. Are you cold outside? Pretty sure he's okay.
いいよ。
It's colder up in the mountains. Here in Sukamino, my normal clothes are enough. Oh, okay,
う
that's
ー
right.
ん、やっぱり冴島さんはタフですね。
Okay.
私寒いのダメなんですよ。
No? Shouldn't you be used to it if you're from around here?
私引きこもりだから外に出ないんですよ。いつも家でゴロゴロしてるんです。
Oh, okay. What are you, a cat? I mean, she has 2 cats.
俺も
Understandable.
や。
I don't like going outside in the cold either. Oh, I see.
ですよね。
We're learning more about
私冬は
Saejima
絶対に
just
外
as
に出
much
ないっ
as
て決めてますも
Kaguya
ん。
at this point. I make it a point to hold up inside and never go out. You'll get fat without exercise.
そうか。
I'm jealous. I used to have to go outside. Come rain or snow.
ね、冴島さんも冬眠しましょうよ。で、春になったら働きましょう。
Is it noticeably warmer in the spring?
せやな。
That'd be nice. We Japanese work too much as it is. We deserve to be able to take the winter off. Interesting.
そうそう。夏は暑くて日焼けするし、春と秋だけでいいですよね。
Only work spring and fall?
おいおい。
That's maybe taking a bit too much time off. Alright. I think the hobby thing was just a direct thing. Alright, let's go.
あ、せや。
付き合いか。
What age do you look for? We already know it's older.
年上。絶対年上。
Really, no. How come?
え？だって年下の人とかって男って感じがしないんですもの。子供っぽいっていうか。
Oh, that's direct, but checks out.
その点年上の人は顔つきも凛々しくて頼りがいがあるんですよね。
Fair enough. Man's gotta be reliable. One who use a woman to support him are no good in my book. Fair enough.
そうそう。仕事してない男の人とか本当ありえないですよね。その点冴島さんは大丈夫ですよね。
I mean, technically he doesn't have a job, but fair enough. Well, I'm kind of taking a break from work right now.
そうなんですか？こんなところで遊んでないでちゃんと働いた方がいいですよ。
Dang. Yikes. She is very direct. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Yeah.
今朝
Fair
ね
enough.、
テレビ見たらサソリ座の運勢が1位だったの。
She is a Scorpio.
So-
Lucky you. What they say?
あのね、金運が最高だったんですよ。だから今日はちょっと期待してるんです。
I mean, according to our email fortune, today is also a lucky day. To be lucky for money, so I've got high hopes.
ほんなら、
Want me to buy some drinks?
いいんですか？
I mean, sure.
あ
I like to work hard and play hard. Might as well have some fun today.
さすが冴島さん、太っ腹ですね。
え？
すみません。
What the heck is that icon? So you believe in astrology, huh? Seem to be pretty happy-go-lucky, so I didn't expect it. What is that icon? That's a different mechanic.
別に信じてるってわけじゃないんですけど、毎日見てると楽しいじゃないですか。野球やサッカーみたいで。
Okay.
明日こそはサソリ座頑張れとか、双子座最近ちょっと調子乗りすぎじゃないとか。
Sure. That's fun. And just like baseball, there are 12 teams to follow. Interesting. So they have 12 teams, one for each astrological month. That is a coincidence, but interesting.
でしょ？冴島さんも自分のチームを応援するといいですよ。
I wonder if it'd work. Perhaps, perhaps not. Whatever works,
そ
though.
ろそろお時
You know?
間となります
All right, we're good.
が、かしこまりました。
Interesting. So you can get into a position where they would order food, the drinks.
今日もありがとう。
Huh. I wonder if that's a good or bad thing. Or maybe it's telling you it can't happen again. Maybe it's like a limiter.
いらっしゃいませ。
Okay.
会いに来いい匂い。はい。こっちお願
Time
い。
for the gotcha again. Oh.
私もいただいてよろしいですか？
Oh, interesting. Oh, it carries over. And she makes the drink. Oh, huh. Oh, she must have ordered the drink that specifically carries over. Like you get the bottle.
い
Oh.
ただきます。
Uh-huh. Oh, okay.
お疲れ様。
That looks like the Yamazaki.
冴島さんって
They get to
今
keep
のお
the
仕事をどうし
Yamazaki.
てやってみようと思ったんですか？
Why did you decide to get him?
ん
I guess because it was my only real option. It wasn't out of any particular desire to do this. That's fair.
そうなんですか。じゃあ夢はもっと違う仕事だったんですか？
Huh.
せやな。
Yeah. I wanted to be a teacher when I was a kid.
へえ。
Saijima wanted to be a
先生
teacher.
か。
Interesting.
どうや。
How about you?
私夢っていうのがないんですよね。だから大学出たはいいけどフリーターで。
そうか。
Finding work is pretty tough. I mean, the bubble.
でも私そもそも就活してないんですよ。
Okay.
何
Really?
この前ね、お客さんで有名な映画監督が来たの。月見野でロケやってたみたいで。
Okay.
うちの店に女優志望の子がいるんですけど、そこで監督さんの目に留まって今度オーディション受けにおいでって言われて、
そうか。
That's amazing.
それで今度オーディションのためにわざわざ東京に行ってくるんだって。間近でそういう頑張ってる姿見ちゃうと、私もなんかやらなきゃダメかなって。
ほんなら
Why don't you try acting? You got good looks. I bet you got a shot.
見た目だけ良くたって受かりませんよ。
Yeah? I'm no expert, but I feel like there's a plenty of girls who can't act for beans, but they get gigs because of their looks.
最近の芸能界って高校生どころか中学生小学生でデビューとかもザラですし、20歳過ぎてたら遅いくらいなんです。
I not with you there. Kaguya. Being recruited that young is rough. I bet only a small handful are able to stick it out.
20代後半になってから夢を見つけて挑戦してみようって思ってもできることなんてほとんどないんですよ。
Just not used to getting lectured, right? It is what it is, I suppose. Not everyone has dreams, and only a few people even realize their dreams.
じゃあそれでこのままフリーター続けて適当に結婚して専業主婦になるのが正しいんですか？
That's awfully specific. Okay. What's wrong with that? You get married, have kids, and build a happy family. Be an upstanding member of society. I can't do that.
やっぱり価値観が違うんですよね。私、そういう社会に貢献とか考えてないっていうか、
I mean,
む
that's
しろ
fair.
やりたくなくて。
Saijima ended up coming off as lecturing on that option
仕
anyways.
事してない人とか結婚してない人にももっと優しい世界だったらよかったのにな。
That is hypocritical because she desires someone that does work. That is a double standard if I've ever seen one. Guess I'm old-fashioned that way. Wow, that was a ridiculous double standard right there. We still got one more interest choice. That was the most negative. That was F. F minus.
好きって
F minus. Food.
私割と何でも好きなんですけど。
Okay. Any food in particular? Chocolate? Perhaps?
私ね、ウニが好きなんですよ。
Uni.
なるほど。
It doesn't check out. But fair enough. Do you eat sushi a
お
lot?
寿司もいいんですけど、ウニ丼が好きなんです。
Rice
ご飯
bowls
の上
with
に
uni.
ウニがぎっしり詰まってるのがいいんですよ。
Does sound delightful.
私ね、よく周りからのんびり屋だって言われるんですよ。
For the most part.
なるほど。
You do seem pretty laid back most times.
冴島さんはせっかちな方ですか？
Is Saijima the impatient type? Not really.
いや、
さすが冴島さんって動じないっていうか、周りに左右されない感じがしますものね。
あ
Can't let yourself get caught up in what other folks want. I go at my own pace. Lackadaisical.
それでね、この前友達から来たメールになかなか返信出せずにいたらさっさと返事しろって怒られちゃって。
Oof, I can empathize with that. I can definitely empathize with that.
電話じゃないんだからそんなすぐに返事しなくてもいいじゃないって思うんですけど、私が変なんですかね。
The direct truth that would promote, that would resonate with a pragmatism is get a different friend. That's not an appropriate friend for you. Nah, it's up to you. Just because you got mail, don't mean you gotta respond.
ですよね。すぐに返事欲しければちゃんとそう返ってくれないと。
That's
帰ったっ
fair.
ても無視しますけど。
Yeah, that's fair. Pragmatic. I mean, if that's still a problem, then the brutal honesty is get new friends. Or just not the appropriate friend. If that's a deal breaker for this so-called friend of hers.
そういう。
How long did you put it off anyway?
3週間くら
3
い。
weeks? That's it? If she got mad at you over that, she must be pretty impatient. 3 weeks? That's kind of pushing it for me.
本当ですよ。メールなんて暇な時に見るくらいなのに、受信したらすぐ読めとか。
Sure.
遊ぶ機会なんていくらでもあるのに、そんな急いでどうするんだろう。
せやな。
Well, you never know when it might be the last. That's fair. You need to value your time with your friends. Again, provided those are appropriate friends. If that is like a constant source of negativity, finding friends that resonate appropriately would be ideal. We had another choice here. What was the third choice?
せ
付き合い
Where do you go on dates? Interesting.
そうですね
We can learn a lot
映
from
画
this.
がいいかな
The movies? Interesting. So she's a shut-in, but she would still prefer to go to the movies. I mean, that checks out. She watches TV and movies.
そうか
That's pretty typical.
最近 3D の映画ってあるじゃないですかメガネかけるやつあれつけてると寝ててもバレないんですよね
2013? 3D movies are in? That checks out. Seriously?
一度見た映画だったら内容知ってるから終わった後にちゃんと感想を言えるしお客さんと出かけるときはいつもそれですよ
Fair. If you don't want to go out, then just say so?
ちょっと聞いてくださいよ
何
Yeah?
うちの店で仲いい子がね今度からキャバクラで働くって言うんですよ
Okay. Right.
ほうって本当に分かってます
Not really.
君のじゃあいわゆるセクキャバのことをキャバクラって言うんです
Okay. And by the sexy kind, you mean...
その女の子が上脱いでおさわり OK な店のことです
Oh. So where are we?
そうか
I had no idea. I really didn't. That's different from Tokyo.
そうそうだからキャッチの人なんかもお客さんが間違えて入らないように気をつけて案内してるんですよ
So this isn't a cabaret club?
ほんなら
Oh, yeah. Saijima's got my back on this one.
ここはニュークラ
A new club. Well, that's not awfully descript. Alright. I guess we're going to new clubs.
なるほど
New club? Don't know that one.
それでその子のことどう思います
So what do you think about this girl? Good for her? Saijima? I'd be worried.
うん
ですよね私もやめた方がいいよって言ってるんですけどキャバクラくらいならって言って始めてそのまま気づいたら風俗に行っちゃってたって子もいるんですよ
I see. Maybe that explains a lot of the other the other comments in this game in this specific game where there was a transition between what cabaret club means and what new club means.
そうか
I see. If she thinks she can handle it, then I don't see the problem. But if she's just out to make some quick, easy money, that's no good.
冴島さんは女性に優しいですね賛成されたらどうしようかと思っちゃった
It's a lot of work, and there's a need for it. If she takes the job, she might be able to save someone. Just make sure she's tough, you know.
よし後で電話してみますそれで考え直してくれればいいんですけど
That's fair.
そろそろお時間となりますがご延長で
Okay. We haven't gotten to TMI yet.
影
TMI is the
What is
risk. Okay.
そうい
What's
う
your real name?
そんなわけないじゃないですか
Okay.
エンジナですよ
Alright.
ほんなら
It's Kaguya. Okay. Why'd you go with Kaguya?
それは月見のだからかぐや姫から取ったんです
Oh, that's fair. I forgot. I didn't make that connection. I see. Cute. Makes sense.
現地ななんてみんなそんなもんですよ好きな男性アイドルの名前にしてる子もいますし 京とかアキラとか。
Ryo and Akira. Sure.
うん
Yeah, I guess those could be girl names too.
で
Mhm.
も東京の方じゃ名字までつけますよね。漢字も難しい字は避けて可愛くしたりとか大変みたいですよ。
I can see
な
that.
るほど
I see.
そういえばね、うちの店にすごい新人が入ってきたんですよ。
What's so amazing about her?
まずね、35歳なんです。
Interesting. What's wrong with that? People of different ages have other stuff going on for him.
それだけじゃないんですって。
Okay.
この前その子がお客さんに年齢聞かれて答えてるのを横で聞いてたんですけど、その子一体いくつって言ったと思います？ 23ですよ、23。
23?
こいつどんだけサバ読んでんのって感じで。
That is younger than
そう
you.
だ
そうなんですよ。で私も年齢聞かれて26ですって答えたら、なんだ結構言ってるねなんて言われて、
Ouch.
それで若い方がいいって言ってそっちの子を指名したんです。本当は私の方が若いのに。
Well, you can't blame the customer. They don't know she didn't tell the truth. Of course they're gonna pick her.
年なら年で別の良さがあるって言ったの冴島さんなのに、やっぱり年齢が若い方をひいきするんですね。
That's not how that... That's not what that meant. No. Here, you only have to look. Why not lie about your age, too? I'll throw a wrench in this lady's plans. Ugh. Saijima, please.
そんなの嫌ですよ。嘘がバレた時ごまかすのが面倒だし。
And what are you upset about?
せやな
Yeah, you get caught. Every lie winds up unraveling at some point. There ain't no way you can keep the truth in forever. I mean... Yes and no. We're not really talking about, like, euphemisms and white lies here. Also, yeah, she has an incredible double standard. That's 2 F- responses, I think. She's projecting her lackadaisical things, yet she refuses and thinks that she's doing the right thing, but she's still upset about it.
だから初めから年ですって言っておけば、ある程度多めに見てもらえて楽なんですよ。
That is naive. That is incredibly naive to think that if you are being honest, it makes it easier for people to overlook other things. That's incredibly naive.
うん
I'm not sure that's a good thing. Exactly. I mean, he's talking about, like, getting away with things. Okay, so we exhausted the bottle. Alright, time for the risque TMI stuff. What are your options,
せ
Saijima?
や
はい。
What are you thinking about? Interesting. Are you a dom or a sub? What the... Okay, the measurement thing is still the same. Do you want kids? That's an interesting question that Saijima has that Kiryu doesn't.
結婚や出産は面倒で嫌ですね。でもいたらいたら賑やかでいいですよね。
How about
ほん
adoption?
なら
Then you wouldn't have to get married. What? Wait, what? I thought it was gonna go... What?
よく知りませんけど、私みたいな独身のフリーターじゃ養子は無理なんじゃないですか？そもそも自分の生活費さえ危ないんですよね。
It's a very pragmatic way of looking at it, certainly. That's true. My sister and I were taken in by our relatives, and having 2 extra kids was a mighty big expense. Oh, that's fair. He has the perspective of an orphan. Or, like, orphaned from an immediate family. So it's a little different.
やっぱりお金がないと子供は無理ですよね。
True. And somehow you want society to treat people that, as she says, not contributing to society, yet she demands someone to compensate for her lack of ability to support herself. That's a rough sell right
せ
there.
やな。
It'd be hard, yeah.
あ、そうだ、携帯止まってるんだった。
Okay. Did you drain the battery?
お金払ってなかったから止められちゃったんですよ。
そうか。
That ain't good. If you pay them, will they turn it back on right away?
ええ、だいたい半日くらいで復活しますね。
Okay. That's faster than I thought, but
そ
you
もそ
know.
も携帯なんかなくたって生きていけるんですよ。
俺もや。
I suppose I never used one myself until recently.
嘘、一度も？
Yep.
冴島さんは
He was in
それで
jail.
困らなかったんですか？
Oh, I suppose he had those 1 or 2 years with Majima following the events of Yakuza 4. But it was pretty annoying. It wasn't a hassle at all. Owning one is a big hassle. I don't think. I mean, we don't know.
せやな。
I couldn't use a cell phone where I was anyway.
ああ、そういう会社もあるらしいですね。機密漏洩のどうとかって。
What?
うん。
Yeah, let's go with that. Like, what the heck, lady?
私
Where'd
は
that come
いただいて
from?
よろしいですか？
Yeah, go ahead. So she asked for drinks. Interesting. What did she ask for? Oh no. Are we out? Okay. Let's just make an order of chocolate? Is chocolate on this menu?
何頼みます？
Do we still have chocolate? Chocolate sticks. Yeah, let's do that. I mean, those are Pocky sticks for sure.
ね
Oh, that didn't
え、
work.
一緒にチョコスティックゲームしません？
Want to play the chocolate stick game. Huh. Oh.
内緒だからね。
Well now.
冴島さんは結婚願望ありますか？
For Saijima, that'd be a yes. Do I look that like kind of guy to
う
you?
ん。見えるかな？
Deflect the question and ask? How about you?
どえ。
私ね、結婚願望は別にないっていうか、子育てとかもしたいわけじゃないんですけど、
Lackadaisical.
最近養ってもらうのはありだなって気づいたんですよ。
Okay. Huh.
だって自分で働かなくていいんですよ。それって最高に素敵な生活じゃないですか。
Okay. That sure sounds like ya.
なるほど。
Well, marriage has its pros and cons. I suppose your way of thinking ain't that bad? It's definitely one way to think about it.
そうそう。好きとかいう気持ちだけで一生やっていけるほど結婚は甘くないんですよ。
Fair.
やっぱり結婚するならお金持ちですよね。
You probably, yes.
せやな。
Yeah, but a rich guy's gotta choose you too. Yeah, that's my first thought the moment she said that. Alright,
そろそろお時間となります
okay,
が、かし
fair
こまり
enough.
ました。
冴島さん、
So this is
今
the
日は
first
とって
date.
も
Because we're at C. Oh no, wait. We have to fill up C first. I mean, yeah, most of these hostesses writings are like definitely not definitely more dynamic than before. Although I do have to say Yakuza 0 kind of makes them less dynamic.
いい匂い。
Okay,
何頼みます？
back to the gotcha drink.
こっちお願い。
乾杯。
何が出るかな。
Okay.
あれから私もちょっといろいろ調べてみたんですけど、私にできそうな仕事がほとんどなくて。
No jobs, huh? How come?
募集の条件が年齢でアウトだったり、経験者じゃないとダメだったりとかで。
いいよ。
Don't give up. You'll never accomplish anything if you give up that easily.
もうちょっとだけ見ようと思います。
Okay. I guess encouragement is okay.
一個だけちょっといいなって思ったのがあって、モデルのオーディションだったんですけど、
What happened?
条件が18歳から25歳までなんです。私先月26歳になっちゃったから。
So lie about your age. Listen, Saijima, we already crossed that. We already crossed that threshold.
おいおい。
There'll be others. Lots of places be hiring after the new year, right?
それはそうですけど、仮に条件は同じでも、私はどんどん年取っていくわけですから、気軽にまた来年ってわけにはいかないんですよ。
That's fair.
なるほど。
I see. Chances are gonna be getting fewer and fewer, huh? Well, you can't do anything about your age. You need to better yourself. If a rare chance does come by, you need to be able to take it.
本当にそんな
That
チャン
sounds
ス
like a
あ
lecture.
るんですかね。
How
ほんなら、
about looking for other options? If your outlook too narrow, you'll never know when a good chance come your way.
そうですね。私に何ができるか、もっとしっかり考えるようにします。
You just said you're okay.
せやな。
Yeah, chances don't come by along just by waiting. That's fair. Need to get out there and grab them.
はい。
I can get behind that for sure, Saijima. A proactive approach. Do we have more choices about herself?
影。
何ですか？
Oh yeah, special talent.
どうや。
特技ですか？あ、歩くのが得意です。
You're good at walking. All right. What? How do you mean?
ほら、ファッションショーとかでモデルさんが
Oh,
肩や
okay.
腰をくねくねさせながらセクシーに歩くじゃないですか。
Okay. Sure.
なるほど。
Okay. I think I get what you mean.
たまに外歩いてる時にやると男の人が露骨に振り向くんですよ。それがもう楽しくて楽しくて。
Runway walking. Fair enough. I guess that's sort of a special talent. I mean, you did ask special
冴島さん
talent.
どちらからいらしたんですか？
Oh, okay, now we're diving into the pool. What if I say yeah for work? Oh, wow, I'm fishing less than I thought.
じゃあのんびり
Okay.
私仕事でカムロ町に
Yeah, same dialogue.
はいちょっと
Let's just say impressive this time.
そうですね。
どうや。
Okay.
そうですね。
Spend it all.
東京で買い物したりクラブ行って遊んで
Shopping.
たりしたら
Yeah, that's fair.
稼いだお金全部吹っ飛んじゃった。
Big spender.
本当ですか？
Would have been better if I'd be able to save. Yeah, fun, right?
そうか。
やっぱり冴島さんもそう思い。
I think we had those responses back in the Himura section. TMI. It's time for the TMI. Actually, there might have been one more romance question.
あ、せや。
付き合い
Oh, no, there wasn't. Okay. Let's go with this one.
年上。
うん。
え？その点。
なるほど。
そうそう。
ん？
え？
Oh, right. That leads to not having a job at the moment. That's
高
fine.
校の時の友達がね、浮気してたの旦那にバレて、今度離婚するんですって。
Interesting. A role reversal. She was the one cheating.
そうなの。旦那が浮気してたんなら一緒に怒ったり慰めたりできますけど、自業自得だからなんて言えばいいのか。
Chew her out. Don't say anything. If he had cheated, I could have been there to share her anger or cheer her up. I mean, equality.
まったく。
You can't trust a backstabber. Otherwise, what's to stop her from stabbing you in the back someday?
うん。そこまで悪い子じゃないと思うんですけど。
That would be a double standard, but okay. Do we follow through?
おいおい。
Just stay on your guard, man. Once someone does something like that, their morals fall by the wayside. They'll cross lines most people would never cross with surprising ease. It is fair. I saw a ton of people like that in prison. Hajima, listen, don't bring up the prison thing.
刑務所って浮気程度でそこまで言わなくても。
Wow. Aguya kinda just read my mind. Alright.
実を言うとその旦那の方とも仲いいからこれから付き合いづらくなるな。
Yeah. I can empathize with
そう
that.
か。
You're stuck between a rock and a hard place.
そうなんですよ。やっぱり旦那も慰めてあげるべき？
Yes. Because equality.
あ
Sure. Being stabbed in the back is rough. He's probably a mess right now.
え、冴島さんも浮気されたことあるの？
Have you? It ain't exactly a tale romance, but I've been betrayed by someone I thought was a friend. Who could he possibly be referring to? He couldn't possibly be talking about Majima, right? I mean, he already resolved all of that 3 years ago.
やっぱり怒った？
せやな。
At my sub, I was an idiot for trusting him. But in the end, it was all a big misunderstanding. He is talking about Majima.
じゃあ仲直りしたんですか？
うん。
Yep. Majima.
そうなんだ。やっぱり男同士っていいですね。
That's, I'm gonna be honest, that's, yeah, that 2013, fair enough. Men don't have to settle it that way, but, 2013 Japan, sure. North Japan, sure.
そろそろお時間となりますが、
Hey,
かしこまりました。
all right. Now let's see
冴島
the
さん、
the first
今日
event.
はとっても楽しかった。
Why does she hold it like that? So weird. That positioning. Alright. Okay. Walk around for a bit. Wait for the phone call. Nice and cold and snowy. Always. I don't think we need to trigger by trying to go. Maybe we do. Or we have to zone into something and zone out. We can grab some lamb barbecue, some LBBQ.
いらっしゃいませ。
Yeah, give me that LBBQ.
ありがとうございました。
No? Oh, there it is. The way he like pulls out the phone and then hunched over. Alright, Dato time. In front of Reedy? Reedy? Ukasa. Okay, intersection. Oh, okay. Okay. Sure. Keep our eyes peeled. Oh wait. Could be the streets on the side. Oh, there's no name for the streets on the side. Except for this side. Alright. In front? Oh. Okay, I want to see you. I just wanted to talk to you some more. Let's go wander around. Alright. This does not have a VO. Real crowded, ain't it? Guess what makes it easier for me to get around, though? Guess that makes it... That's a thought. Is it always like this when the snow festival comes around? Oh, yes. It's a local festival, but for some weird reason, people come from all over to see it. In Tokyo, it's rare to have snow piles at all. Most of the time, it's gone by the next day. Ah, at work I get a ton of customers who have come just to see the festival. I'll bet. But come as far as locals go, even as far as locals go, most people only come to look. Only a small few actually make anything. These days, a large portion of the sculptures are made by volunteers who come from outside of Hokkaido. Maybe I ought to try making one. That's a deep cut. He actually does make one. But it's in an essence. It's like while fighting. He makes a snowman. What do locals do then? This is their festival after all. Well, most of the folks who do this are professionals. It's not easy for beginners to get in on it. Yeah, but once there's nobody left to learn the craft from, this will all be over for good. Can't give up on things just because it's hard. I guess you're right. I wish you lived in Sapros. Why is that? Hey, why not just become a resident of Sapporo? That would be the best That'll be the most efficient solution. I do really want to participate in a festival, but I can't really do that. Yeah? That's too bad. Oh. Indeed. He must go back to Tokyo. It really is quite cold outside. Maybe you're feeling it more because you're used to being cooped up inside. You gotta get outside and walk more. Oof.
も
No way. I do most of my walking underground anyway. Underground? I didn't even go to an underground section. Underground. Oh, right. The underground shopping mall. We have no access to an underground shopping mall. Yeah, there are a whole bunch of shops here under Tsukimino. We could give Kamurocho a run for his money. Oh yeah, that's right, but it's barely there too. I haven't been down there yet. Is it really that big? It is. The underground walkway stretch all the way from Sapporo Station to Tsukimino Station. There's no need to walk out in the open air. Interesting. Sounds big, but I didn't go there then. If I did, I'm sure I would have gotten lost. It's fine. Tsukimino is all one giant grid, and the underground is basically the same. You won't lose your way as long as you know your location. A grid, huh? It does look like a grid. Kyoto is a grid? Interesting. I could probably handle that. It's really handy because so long as you know the address, you can find a place no problem, even if you've never been there before. But don't you get mixed up because all the buildings look the same? It's good to have a little variety in your city too. I suppose so. But don't you think the Tsukimino intersection is a pretty big landmark? Agree? True. They've got those big old signs so it stands out. They really do. This park's nice. I like being able to get such a good view in the middle of a big city. You can even see the mountains. You can? Really? Hokkaido has plenty of natural scenery. The university campus is especially great for taking walks. That's so. If I had more time, it would have been nice to take a walk over there.
冴島さん
You like Hokkaido, don't you, Saejima-san? Yeah. I never get tired of looking at the nature here. I'm embarrassed to once have been proud of some tiny little man-made neighborhood crammed in a corner of Tokyo. I'm embarrassed to once have been proud. Are you talking about like crammed in a corner of Tokyo? Can't be referring to Champion District, can he? Or like the homeless network? A real man should stand up to nature and then overcome it. I do have to admit that living in a place like this really suits me. I mean, besides avoiding the cold and not being outside, I suppose. Like the story of the ants and the grasshopper. We work in the cool summers, and stay holed up nice and cozy in the cold winters. Fair enough. Yeah, you're definitely the grasshopper in that scenario. Oh, this is the email thing. Of responding.
は
What? What's this all of a sudden? Let me guess. Her friend says we can't be friends anymore. What's wrong? Oh, my mother is telling me to come back home. Oh, interesting. Where is your mother? Did something happen? She says she's setting up an arranged marriage for me. She set a date for a meeting and everything. An arranged marriage? You're gonna get married?
も
I'm not. Jeez. What is she thinking doing all this without even telling me? Kind of a deep cut. What are you gonna do? Turn it down? I'm gonna call my parents after this and give them a piece of my mind. Your parents are probably just worried that you're drifting in life. Don't tell them off too hard. But don't you think arranging A marriage out of nowhere is going way too far? Well, do what you have to. Nice dodge. Nice dodge.
楽しかった。
Alright.
またね。
Fair enough. Where did you leave me? The heater at my place seems to be broken. It was too cold, so I'm staying at. You'll warm up if you exercise. Drink while looking out at the snow. Yeah. Sure. Where did you leave me? Where did we go? At the other end of... Oh, they went straight down the boulevard. The main street. Fair enough. Alright. That was alright. I'm not sure about staying cooped up during winter is in the spirit of Tsukimino, but whatever works. Back to Rosehip. Which is this way. Okay.
いらっしゃいませ。
さあ入ります。いつもありがとう。
Second business card.
冴島さんだ。
It's a nice looking business card.
いい匂い。何頼みます？
Definitely still going strong.
こっちお願い。
Come on.
乾杯。
What else you stuffed in
何
here?
が出るかな。
Oh, another platinum membership card? Man.
あ
Giant pain. What happened?
あ、この前のお見合いの件ですよ。
Huh?
一応相手のこともあるから、とりあえずやるだけやれって。それで気に入らなければ断ればいいからって。
I mean, that's fair.
そんなのやるだけ無駄じゃないの。そう思いません？
Don't you think that's a waste of time? No, but most definitely not.
Yeah.
It's good to talk to new people. I mean, she's not gonna like this response, but I can't. Maybe she'll surprise me? It's not like you can flat out tell your parents no when you haven't met the guy.
会ってからお断りする方が気が重いですよ。相手に期待させちゃっても悪いし。
Well, the first one is okay. The second one is being offended for someone else and using them as a... That's moral grandstanding.
No.
Then why not go and tell her parents what you really want to do?
本当はお見合いだけじゃなくて、実家に帰るのも嫌なんですよね。
You also don't want to go to your parents. That sounds like a you problem, but alright. Once again. Why not?
きっと居心地よすぎてそのまま居座っちゃいそうだから。
So, okay. So that almost sounds like you do want to go back home. But, okay.
おい
Are you
おい
homesick? I ain't like you.
むしろ逆。意地でも実家に帰るもんかって感じ。
That would be a lie. Because, clearly it offers something that keeps you... Oops.
就職とか結婚とかそういうのが嫌で今の自由な生活してるんだから、今さら親の言うこと聞いて人生決めたくないっていうか。
That is not the same as going back home. But alright. And how you feel about being at home. And for whatever reason you're more comfortable back at home. So, yeah. That's like an F minus minus.
ほんなら
So what do you want to do?
オーディション合格すれば実家に帰らないで一人で生きていけるかなって。
Interesting. So you made your decision.
もしオーディションに落ちたら実家に帰って親の言うこと聞いてお見合いも受けてみるつもり。
Alright. Okay.
だからこれが私にとって最初で最後の挑戦。
Huh. Yeah. That's the spirit. Go into it with that attitude and you're sure to get the gig. You're gonna forge your own destiny.
はい、私絶対受かってみせますから。
Yikes. That is one very confused 26-year-old. Alright. We had TMI, right? We had one more TMI. Let's go with the TMI.
あせい
はい。
Oh, no, we have two TMIs. Here we go.
な
Which are you? A Dom or a sub?
え？どっちだろう。
Okay.
M かな。
Excuse me? I wouldn't have guessed.
なんかね、私自分から何かするっていうより状況に流される方が好きなんですよ。されるがままっていうか。
That is a full of baloney. An absolute full of baloney. Considering how you treat your parents. And considering how you judge people before it happens. And considering you always put your feelings first before someone else's. And then you moral grandstand with other people's feeling based on your own prejudices. That just doesn't that ridiculously does not check out. This girl is so confused.
自分から他人を
Absolutely
どうこう
not.
しよ
You'll
う
let
っ
a
ていう
guy
気
call
が
the
起きないん
shots
です
and be
よね。
upset with the shots that guy calls. 100, like, not 100%, but 80 to 90% of the time, you'll be upset if the shot doesn't align with what you're saying, what you want. That's a full of baloney. I don't have any real edges to figure out whether to do this or that to someone else. BS. Absolute BS. That does not check out. I think that's just being lazy. I mean, what she described as being lazy. But nah, she's a different type of lazy.
冴島さん、生まれは東京じゃないですよね。
She doesn't, she's the, Kaguya is the type of lazy, I mean, for better or for worse, the type of lazy where, it minimizes her investments, but and maximizes the return. So she expects high return for minimal effort. Not the inactive or non-proactive laziness, because she is quite proactive when it actually matters. to her.
うん。
Oh yeah, we
Yeah,
had this
buddy.
conversation.
ほんなら、
私は北海
I wonder. So the country girl thing, I don't know if that was a different response.
そうそう土産
Yep.
そうか。
札幌です
Yeah,
い
same
え子
dialogue.
供の頃
Sure.
今
This
は
one didn't create a
Probably.
badness.
ひょっとして
We're。just milking
知
points
ら
now.
ない
Sure.
そうか。
青森
What does this do?
超マジ。いや、
言いますよ
おいおい。
Dang. Yeah, that's now oh, we can't ask the same question twice. It's removed. So let's just do nothing. Let's sit here.
この前友達に突然告白されちゃったの
Okay, here we go.
それが相手女の子なの
Interesting. Oh. So then this is a lesbian thing. Wow. Fair enough.
はいその子がそういう趣味ってこと全然知らなかったから超びっくりしちゃって
Sure.
ほんなら、
Well, what did you tell her?
いやーそれがまだ悩んでて
Okay.
何？
What? You told her you'd get back to her.
だって下手なこと言って相手を傷つけちゃったら悪いしそれに
Besides what?
女の子でも別にいいかなって思い始めてて
Why is that? I mean, you don't even feel that way about women, right?
別にそういうわけじゃないんですけどただお嫁さんがいてくれたらいろいろ楽になっていいだろうなって思うんですよ
Fair enough.
炊事洗濯お掃除何でもやってくれそうじゃないですか
Men have those benefits too. I mean, some men for sure. Sounds
なる
nice.
ほど。
I wish I had a wife too.
でしょ男の人と結婚したら大抵は女の子の方がやらなきゃいけないけど女の子と一緒ならやらなくて済むんです
Girls typically wind up married to guys, so if you get together with a girl, you won't have to. That is very. That's kind of just not accurate, even in 2013. But Japan, I suppose,
ひょっとして。
and Hokkaido. They're gonna say yes or?
うんでもやっぱり男でも女でも他の人と付き合うこと自体面倒だから一人の方が気が楽ですし
I mean, it sounds like you have the answer
Yeah.
already. Yeah, sharing a room was nice because I had someone to talk to, but being in solitary was much easier. Kaijima is most definitely a solitary animal.
独居房
いや、
Never mind. Just talking to myself. Prison life.
そろそろお時間となりますが
Nope, we're good.
かしこまりました
Yeah.
冴島さん待ってるからね
All the hypocrisy really makes them a lot more human in this one. Some of the hostesses are like naturally contradicting and whatnot in previous games, but a lot of them are just more archetypes. They're like up to this point, many of them are more character tropes. So this one's not too bad. There are natural looking out the snow. I like to try that. Oh, she should reply to it. Looking in a hot spring. Want to hit up the hot spring? There's a hot spring here? Huh. Yeah, before it was a lot more tropey. Some of them, the ones that really resonate are the ones that
いらっしゃいませ
are like a bit more rounded, and it really strikes you as a story from somewhere, like someone's actual background story. But these are naturally contradicting, and it kind of flows fairly well. Like Kaguya having the problems and the dissonance between her desires and being proactive about meeting her desires while being hypocritical about her values is far more believable than having a character that checks out the entire time. But it bounces. I think most of the hostess balance between those two fairly well. There's a good mix in there. Kaguya is far more believable because there's self-contradiction in it, as opposed to everything so neatly hacked and follows, you know, checks out logically. Gotcha drinks.
こっちお願い。
乾杯。
何が出るかな。
French cologne. Again. Oh, okay. Salmon spark. Fair enough.
モデルのオーディションまであとちょっとしかないんです。もう超緊張する。
Okay. I mean, that's fine. It's pretty normal. Being a little nervous will make you do better on the big day. For some people, yes.
そんなこと言ったら私ガチガチに緊張しすぎてロボットみたいになっちゃいますよ。
Okay.
そういえ、
Oh yeah? What happened with the age thing for that audition? Was it a no-go?
それはサバを読むことにしました。とにかく受けてみないことには道は開けませんからね。
There it is. And it's quite natural. I mean, perhaps that now that she decided to lie about her age, certainly she'll learn how to empathize with people who lie about their age at some point. For better or for worse. Like, sure, she might get caught, then that'd be the learning lesson that she always knew, and she may or may not grow out of that. At the same time, now that she did it, she might be able to empathize with people who actually did do that. That kind of thing. Right? For better or for worse. These are the life lessons when you take action, as opposed to sitting on the sideline hoping something happens. I hope you don't get caught. Go get him. The key to success is never giving up.
どんどんはしませんよ。オーディションを受けるのはこれ一度だけ。落ちたら実家に帰るんですから。
Yeah, sure. If you say so. Probably, I doubt it, but you know.
そうか。
Yeah, you said that.
最近は毎日家に帰ったらオーディションに備えていろいろ練習してるんですよ。
Fair enough.
何？
What kind of things?
鏡見ながらポージングの練習したり、特技のウォーキングをもっと綺麗にしてみたり、あと流行りのファッションについて調べてみたり。
Okay.
今まで家に帰ってもダラダラしてるだけだったから、毎日がすごく充実してるんですよ。
You do have a glow about it. Anyone can see you're attractive right now. Ain't got anything to do with your age.
本当ですか？嬉しい。
Folks walking towards their dreams got a special look. You're nothing like the old you. True. I mean, she sounds very excited and motivated to do something. Well, can't rain on that parade.
ふーん。ちなみに今までの私はどうだったんですか？
Lackadaisical. That would be the word. Huh. Gonna have to keep that a secret. Okay.
ちょっとそれどういう意味ですか？
Was that supposed to be like a pouty thing? We got one more TMI. And it's about her measurements. This can't go well, right?
せ
はい。
What are your measurements?
上から94、58、87ですね。G カップですよ。
Wow. It's just like that. I don't know what any of that means. I honestly have forgotten. Multiple times. I think there were like 1 or 2 times. At least 2 times in the Yakuza series up to this point. There was a thing to dealing with measurements. There was even a puzzle per se, like a sub-story MSQ related thing that deal with those numbers, and I had no idea in which order they are. I think it's like shoulder, waist, and chest. I don't really know. No, not chest, because they go by cup size. So it's like shoulder, waistline, thighs. I have no idea. No idea.
他のお客さんだったら G って聞くとすぐ目が釘付けになっちゃうくらいなのに、冴島さんはウブですね。
That's fair. Ah, I see. Wait, you can move the camera though. See?
お化けとか幽霊って信じます？
You can actually move the camera. I don't know if there was a special interaction for moving the camera though. We can get some points here because this is a repeat. If I remember correctly.
私、子供
Oh, but we don't want to go with
な
I think this was fine.
なんか
Yep.
映画の中
And then probably was bad. What about there are no real ones?
まったく
No sense in getting.
冴島さんさっきいるって
You were the one that's saying they do exist. Oh.
もう適当に困って
Okay, that's just even worse. Alright, fair. So she does remember the previous one. Alright, we got nothing else to ask, unfortunately.
この前
Oh. What do we know about it? Had some lamb barbecue, eh?
現役の子たち
Okay. I think this gave us some points,
本
right?
当です冴島さんはバーベ
Like camping.
あ
やっぱ
That's starting fires. Man, that one really gives you some points. Alright.
そろそろお時間となります。
Yeah, we pretty much exhausted a lot of the dialogue. Cool.
冴島さん待ってるからね
Too much time. Just staring forward. Alright. This is the last event. Let's see if it's about the arranged marriage, maybe? Or her audition. It's either the arranged marriage or the audition and then going back to her parents or not going back to parents. I feel a reasonable outcome that RGG would do is maybe her audition doesn't go well, but she decides to continue trying and then telling her parents that what she wants, or like being straight with her parents. Hail Mary pass would be she goes back home, turns out the guy is great, and we never see her again. No, it's just that's super rare. Or the audition went well, and everything works out. That's kind of a cop out, though. I feel like that's too straightforward. These things often be a little bit roller coastery. Audition, yeah. So it's about the audition. Be real quick to encourage her. All right. Okay. Meeting at the same place. All right. So it's about the audition. It could lead into the parent thing still. Oh. Oh no, they threw back. It's the throwback. For the third time in a row. Well, not really third time. This would be the second time in a row, but it happens in Yakuza 6 as well. So basically in Yakuza 4 and 5, they pulled the hostess getting scammed by Yakuza. And then on the third time around in Yakuza 6, they pulled a fast one and say, psych, it's actually alright. Like, it works out. So this is, I'm curious if this is the throwback to Yakuza 4. Do as you're told, now hurry up and get in the car. Yeah.
Huh?
What?
Oh no, maybe. Oh no, maybe they're not the audition peeps. Daijima to the rescue. These are men from father's company. Oh. Oh, the arranged marriage thing. Okay, so no, it's next level. So interesting. No Yakuza this time. Okay. So you were going to your audition. I am, and now I'm gonna go now, but oh, okay.
Like,
Then why? Our orders are to bring Rei-san, the young lady here with us no matter what. Rei-san? Don't care about what happens as long as we get it done. Well, that makes sense. Are you gonna go along quietly to this marriage meeting? Of course not. Yeah, okay. So she's gonna go with the audition. Alright. Fisticuffs. Here we go. Yep. Fair enough. So no Yakuza scam. But once again, it's another moment. Someone's still alive. Get up. Alright, let's see if her audition works out. So no scam, but still another audition story. Just follow your boss's word, but if you had even the slightest bit of sympathy, let her go. She's betting her life on this, indeed. I shall tell our company president. So her family is well-to-do. Alright. It's still here. What are you waiting for? Go get him. Actually, Saejima-san. Oh, here we go. I've already missed the audition. Oh, that's unfortunate. Then why did I send those guys packing? She didn't want to go through. Okay. Well, we saw that coming. That was the more likely scenario. But she didn't really. But I guess in the end, it just wasn't meant to be. What are you talking about? If your audition and marriage meeting were the same day, you should have said so. You never told me about this. Because I had no intention of going to that meeting. Huh. Well, I guess you're the daughter of some big name family, aren't you? So, actually, Yakuza, are you surprised? You dits? Being from a family like that, you don't even have to work. I don't want that. Okay, that's cool. Ever since I was a child, I had to do whatever my parents wanted. I never had to find out what it was I wanted to do for yourself. Still not quite sure if you do. That's why I struck it out on my own to be free from my parents. I started working as a hostess to get by, and then I finally discovered what I wanted to do. Maybe I should have listened to my parents and gotten married after all. There's always next time. Oh, and there it is. So, she doesn't go back to her parents, but she's embraced that it's harder to do, but just keep trying. Huh? It's never too late to dream. Ain't over for you yet. You've barely even started. Agreed. It's only really over if you give up. So as long as you hang in there, you'll make your dreams come true someday. That's what I believe. What? Omelet? Is that you? No, it's a potion of some sort. What's that sound? Wait. What? Oh, that's her alarm. An alarm. Oh, her audition isn't over? Did she lie? Yeah, I set it to go off an hour before the audition, so I wouldn't forget to go. An hour before, but you just said you missed it. Hee. I must have had my schedule mixed up. You gotta be kidding me. Oopsie. Ugh. Just, hey, don't be so mad. Just hurry up and get your butt over there. Okay, yep. Can't imagine what her parents must have gone through. Yep, that is one pep with a gigantic safety net. That's what happens. Ooh. How'd it go? Well, I'm not sure. I mean, I gave it my best shot, I think. I don't know the verdict yet. They said they'd be in touch soon if I pass. I see. Hey. Huh? Would you like to go get a drink with me? Right now. But didn't they say they might be in touch soon? I'm just too scared to wait to hear it back all by myself. I'd rather have you there with me. Well, I suppose that's fine. And then you can tell me about what your dreams are. Fair warning, my dreams are kind of big. It might be a pretty long conversation. Sure. I'll listen for as long as it takes. Aggressive hug? Aggressive hug. And the flashbang. Okay. That was okay. But it turned out very reasonable, I suppose. A little slight curveball with the big name family. You really do have some pretty big dreams, Saejima-san. I have to say, I'm rather moved. Huh. Looks like they never got back to you? Yep, didn't work out. You have other chances, I'm sure of it. Chin up and keep going. And there it is. Well, about that. Are you gonna throw another curveball and decide to go back home? They actually say they wouldn't be giving me their decision until a bit later. Okay, fair enough. What? You said it'd be real soon. The roller coaster ride. Yeah, but if I told you that, then you wouldn't have stayed here with me. Ugh. For someone who thinks that she's straight up and don't like lying and stuff, she certainly tells a lot of lies. Or, I guess, in her mind, cute little fibs, I guess. Just a little bit. Oh, you tricked me. Come on, don't be like that. I really am very grateful to you. I mean, that's not a lie, but it's still a trick. Huh. Just let me know when you hear back. Oh. Did they just leave it open-ended? Oh wait, that's right. All of them are probably gonna be open-ended because we still have one last interaction, but it doesn't happen until everyone is done, until everyone recruits their hostess. Guess we'll find out. We'll save it until we get everyone to S. Taught me the importance of never giving up. We saw that coming. Really hope I pass audition. I finally found what I meant to do, so even if I don't, I'll have to carry on and give it. That's the life lesson. There you go. Checks out. We'll hear from all the hostesses one last time. What was Riku's? Riku's was the whole like jumping to conclusions but not really, and then she scolded her friends and were more direct with her friends, and her friends were apologizing, etc. It was alright. Riku leaves a lot to be desired when it comes to resolutions and learning lessons. There wasn't much of a learning lesson on Riku's point. She was coincidentally the victim. And the reason why I say it's coincidental is because everything she thought about, like the stuff that she jumped to conclusions about, turned out to be the actual thing. It actually happened. It in a more realistic setting, I would say it's more likely that she would be mistaken, and that she would learn how to not jump to conclusions and be more direct about her concerns. So the cologne definitely works every time. I think it's this thing that works. The other things don't. Let's see any. Like these things you can equip. They don't really do anything. Alright, Akiyama. Sotenbori, huh? Let's just wear the watch he's already wearing. No, it's a little bit different. We'll do 2 today, and then there'll be 2 the next day. Akiyama time. That was Kaguya. I think it's down this street. The man, the legend, the goat himself, Akiyama. Here it is.
いらっしゃいませ。
Hey? Prime. Club Prime.
もしもし。
Is this slow? No, this is pretty typical. New Year's Eve, I see. Uh, Honoka. Honoka. Interesting. Like most girls, energetic go-getter. Okay. Bored easily. Just known to exaggerate, but don't worry, every little detail she says. You find themselves, you say something interesting. Blood type AB, Virgo, 21. Just feed her some pork skewers and it'll all pork skewers. It'll be a-okay. Alright. Oh, the Club Prime, the one right next to Foreshine. Interesting. Or where Foreshine would be. I don't know if it's Foreshine there in this game. Sometimes they obscure.
失礼します。
Holy outfit. Okay. That's a wild outfit.
ほのかです。はい、これうちの名刺。
Honoko. Honoko. Honoko.
お名前なんて？
秋山俊だ。
秋山さんですね。よろしくお願いします。
Okay.
なん頼む？
Gotcha. Oh, it's not as big. Maybe we could try a different drink.
何出るかな？
They all have to take their turn gotchaing, you know. That one pops out a lot.
秋山さん、声してるってよう言われるやろ。
さあね。
Sometimes. Though honestly, I'm not too sure about that myself. When I hear my own voice in a recording, I just think about how weird it sounds. Most people can relate.
ああ、わかる。うちも自分の声初めて聞いたとき、めっちゃがっかりした覚えあるもん。うちな、アナウンサー目指してんねん。
A newscaster.
なるほど。
Wow, chosen a pretty tough career path. It certainly is.
ほんで、スクール通ってレッスン受けてんねんけど、訛りがなかなか取れへんで困ってんねん。
Kansai?
いや。
What's wrong with an accent? Other regional dialects can be problematic, but most people can handle Kansai being.
もうあかんって。ニュース原稿方言で読むアナウンサーなんておらんて。芸人さんがやってるバラエティ番組ですら司会してるときは方言使わんようにしてんねんで。
Oh, interesting.
そうか。
Now that you mention it, I guess nationally broadcast shows don't do dialects, do they?
ダメってことないやろうけど、伝わりづらい言葉はわざわざ使う必要もないやん。東京弁話せるならそれに越したことないわ。
That's fair, and it's a really big deep cut for content creators. But I mean, we're talking about professionalism versus, you know, amateur stuff.
なるほど。
I got you, I got you. Maybe you should try to immerse yourself into Tokyo accent so you get more used to it. That's a great piece of advice right there. And honestly, I would probably... I'm guessing the word immerse is being used synonymously with invest. Like being either emotionally invested or intellectually invested in doing something. So when you do that, it becomes more second nature and used.
そうなんやけど、こういう仕事してると関西弁聞きたなくてもガンガン耳に入ってくるから、ほんまどうしたらええか困ってんねん。
You can still use it. Yeah, that's an excuse. That's an excuse. But, you know, that's a little bit harsh.
どうだい？
I could teach you. I have a good ear for this sort of thing. So if you get the accent wrong, I'll point it out for you.
ほんまにめっちゃ助かるわ。秋山さん、おおきにね。
Yeah, well, in your case, maybe your accent isn't the primary thing to worry about. Akiyama, that wasn't so subtle. Alright, let's go with her likes.
ほのかちゃん。
What sort of things do you like?
え、何が？
In what way? Let's start. Oh, music is the unique one. The other ones are redundant.
それじゃあ
What kind of music do you usually listen to?
音楽か。そうやな。うちはいつも音楽っちゅうかラジオ聞いてるかな。
Okay. I like to infer that she means talk radio as opposed to music radio.
Huh?
Radio.
そうそう。芸人さんがやっとる番組。
Fair enough.
リスナーからのネタ投稿とか笑えるのがいっぱいあんねんで。
Doche Kamiya?
なるほど。
Late night programming then. Comedy on radio is different than on TV, huh? It's fun because you could use your imagination more? Yeah? That's reasonable. Akiyama,
そう
smooth.
そう。分かってるやん。おもろい番組たくさん教えたるで。
I hear that word all the time. Bangumi. It's when you watch anime, it's like this show is sponsored by, and you hear the phrase show in Japanese a lot. But I forgot the phrase. It's like this show is brought to you by that's pretty much what they're saying in Japanese. At least that's my imagination. And you hear that word, Japanese word for show.
秋山さん、大阪にはお仕事できはったん？
Yes.
あ
Yeah. I was thinking about opening an office here. I've been hitting up Sotenburi a lot.
へえ、そうなんや。そしたらめっちゃお金持ってそうやね。
Wow. That was a... Who knows? I do alright. I make enough money to spend my time drinking with you like this.
景気いいですね。ほんならどんどん飲んでってくださいね。
どうだい？
What do you usually do?
うちは普通に学校行ってますけど、3年生です。
Okay. That's a good question. I was wondering if it's of college or... she's 21, right?
そうか。
Of college? You're nothing like the typical girl who goes to college in Tokyo. You're much more of a go-getter, whereas they're more reserved. Oh, that's interesting.
大阪の女は明るく元気なんが売りやで。東京みたいな可愛いだけの子らとはちゃうんやから。
I'll take your word for it. You can say that again. Oh, okay, Akiyama agrees.
うちな、大学のミスコンで入賞したこともあんねんで。
Oh, I see. Oh, that's amazing.
せやろ。うち店の中でも外でもナンバーワンなんやで。
なるほど。
You give off that impression. Like an aura.
え、
She is very passionate.
あ
Number one, all have something different about them than the rest. Can't tell that so
嘘
far.
やったんやけど。
Oh, so you were lying. Great. Wait, seriously?
入賞したんはほんまやけど、グランプリとちゃうし、
Oh,
店
that
の
part.
成績も普通やし。
Oh, I
あ。
see.
はいはい。
Why did you lie about that?
ノリ？
面白ければ何言うてもええかなって。
I see. Well, that definitely is terrible.
あのさ、
Hobbies.
趣味か。
Ready, set, go. People watching, huh? I met girls who and sort of thing. What do you enjoy about it?
待
Alright.
ち合わせ
Just
の時
people
とか
watching.
友達来るまで暇やん。せやから周り見て同じように待ってる人いたら、その相手がどないな人か当てんの。
Relatable. It does sound fun. Are you ever right?
それが当たらん方がおもろいねん。
Wow. I can most definitely empathize with that. It's definitely more fun when you're not right.
Huh?
Oh, meaning what exactly?
待っとるのが可愛い子やったら普通相手もイケメンやろとか思うやん。そしたらなんであんなんと付き合うてんのみたいなブサメが来たりすんねん。そのギャップがめっちゃおもろいねん。
I wouldn't use the word fun. I mean, for her, it's fun. I would use the word endearing. It's a far more endearing and far more interesting as opposed to fun. Because it doesn't necessarily have to be fun to be interesting. Huh, I bet that scenario happens in reverse too.
そうそう。あれは絶対怨恨や犯罪やって友達と一緒に話したりすんねや。
What?
ちょっと待った。
If the person you're waiting for shows up, maybe you should be on your way. True.
秋山さんって何型なん？
We know her blood type. That guy just randomly knows her blood
そう
type.
だよ。
Rather not say.
な
Interesting.
んで？
Okay.
うちと相性悪かったら困るんや。
I mean, that's what he's alluding to.
あ
Basically. I keep my blood type a secret in order to avoid any weird misconceptions in my relationships.
ふん。秋山さんはそういう人なんやね。血液型なんとなく分かったかも。う
あ、それじゃあ、
And what's your blood type? It's AB.
ち AB 型。
And what personality does that indicate?
よう言われてんのは天才肌とか二重人格とかそんなん。
What? Oh, okay. Split personalities? Okay, whatever.
あと引っ込み思案で自分の気持ちを表現するのが苦手やったり、素直になれへんくて冷たい態度をとってしもたりとか。
But you don't know nothing about that. I'm sure you don't. You know nothing like that at all? That's what I expected.
なんだって？
You're nothing like that at all. Are you trying to tell me you're an introvert?
やっぱりちゃうんかな。だんだんそんな気もしてきた。
That's the problem with personality assessments. It's all in your head. Well, kinda, yes and no. But blood type, personality, that's a bit of a stretch.
気のせいやないって。うちの経験から言うてもみんなぴったり合ってるんやもん。うちもきっとそうなんやって。
BS. But you know. Maybe get your blood retested. Get real. I mean, I'll take your word for it.
そうか。
Alright? I'll have to look further into my compatibility with type AB girls.
は、ずるい。うちまだ秋山さんの血液型聞いてへんで。
いや、
Even if you did, how would you know I was even telling the truth? You don't need to know.
ほな、うちもさっきの嘘にする。
Nah, but we know. Oh, really now? But we know. Yeah, man. Oof. There are some deep cuts in there. We're not gonna go into that stuff.
秋山さん、よかったらまた遊びに来てや。ほんまに？
There were some deep cuts in there. For a while. Get back in. Some incredible deep cuts.
秋山さん。
There was a lot of chicken or the egg deep cuts.
なん頼む？
You know what? How about some white champagne?
ほんまに？
Oh, it's really not that much.
乾杯！お疲れ様。
何？
You look sleepy. Were you up all night last night?
すんません。貫徹はしてへんけど、あんま寝られへんかったん。
Okay.
始発まで満喫で時間潰すつもりが、いつの間にか寝落ちしてて、そのまま学校行って授業受けて、そのまま家に帰らず仕事やからな。
Stop whining. It does sound like you're pushing yourself very hard. Need to rest or you'll wreck your health. Reasonable.
仕事休むわけにいかんやろ。罰金取られるし。これくらいのことキャバ嬢やったら普通やで。泣き言言うてたら周りの子に笑われるわ。
That's awfully presumptuous, but alright.
そうか。
I want to commend that gung-ho attitude, but not being able to vent is a big warning sign. You shouldn't push yourself too hard. Very, very fair comment.
さ、
I know why you're working so hard at school, but why are you pushing your hostess work so hard too? Are you that strapped for cash?
そらそうや。アナウンサー目指す言うたらなんぼお金あっても足りんくらいやわ。
That doesn't address that question.
アナウンススクールの授業料払わなあかんし、服や化粧品にも気ぃ使って自分磨いとかんと。女子アナはルックスも重視されるんやから。
What was that saying? Counting your chickens before they hatch? That. Money isn't everything.
そうだよね。
I mean, it's true. I guess female casters can't live the life of a poor, starving student. I mean, if you put it that way, Akiyama, certainly.
そうそう。ここまで貯めたらええっちゅう目標金額があるわけやないから、ちゃっと貯めてちゃっとやめることもできへんのよ
If you
ね。
don't have a target amount, you can't say any of the things you just said about not having enough money. Oh. Oh, are you... Oh, so she has a target amount she's saving for. She just hasn't reached it. I wonder if that's even a realistic target amount if you've never became a newscaster in the first place. You don't need to quit. Do you want to quit? Why don't you set a goal? Oh, no, wait. Yeah, and since I don't have a target amount I'm saving for. Okay, no. I go back to that first one. I read it correctly. Sorry. You don't even have a target amount. You can't say any of the stuffs you said before. You have to push hard to get cash. You have to buy it. You don't have a target amount. What the heck?
それじゃあ、
Why don't you set a goal? That way you can switch to a work shift that isn't so hard.
そんなんどうなるかわからんやん。目標立てた結果、1ヶ月で50万稼がなあかんかったら、結局毎日頑張るしかないやん。
That's confirmation bias. She only picked the situation that backs her case. That is so narrow-minded.
いや
That's an F- response. Okay, I understand that, but wouldn't it be good to have at least some kind of end game in mind?
うちの場合逆にだらけそうで嫌やわ。それよか毎日精一杯やれるだけやる方が性に合ってる気する。
That is in self-contradiction to the previous statement, where if she sets the goal too high, she would stop working as much as possible. Yeah, that's an F- statement too. Maybe F- statement.
なるほど
She's making excuses. Lots and lots of excuses. I see, in that case, just try not to push yourself so hard that you ruin your health. What else can you say? She basically counter-argues with excuses over and over again. What can you say? Yeah, we can ask second response.
ほのかちゃん
Was it TV?
え
Oh, it was gifts.
それじゃあ
What would you like the
そんなん
most
決ま
right
ってる
now?
やん。
That's an easy
お
one?
金
Old hard cash. Fair enough.
はいはい
I mean, if someone wanted to give you a present,
せやからお金。
then I want it to be money. Fair
あの
enough.
さ
That's about the most accurate thing that she knows about herself, probably. Alright, but if you get money, what would you buy with it? Then it's like you've gotten that as a present in the first place.
それがちゃうんやな。お金もらった後でそのお金で何買おうか考えるのが楽しいんやないの。
Okay, that's fair. I like that. Well played.
だいたい欲しいもの言うんは自分のお金で買うからやっと手に入れたでって気すんのに人からもろてしもたら達成感が得られへんやん。
That checks out. That's a A++ response. All that other stuff was just pep as heck.
うーん
I see your reasoning, sure, but what would you like to go buy right now if you could?
それは秘密。
I'm gonna be honest, that's probably a no. I haven't thought about it.
ああ、やっぱ食べたいな。
何
You're hungry? Want me to order you
う
something?
ん、ただちょっと今油腹なだけ。
Fatty foods?
お腹が脂っこいものを欲しがってるっちゅうこと。I love 油やねん。
Okay.
なるほど
Ah, so that's what you meant.
うーん
What specifically do you want to eat? Pork belly?
串カツが食べたい。
Kuskatsu. So something fried. I don't know what that is though. They sure do. Dang, now I want some too. Which one? What is that? Come on, game. Let me at least. Kuskatsu. Oh. Wait, that's called Kuskatsu? Okay. Fair enough. Is it because it's on a skewer? Okay.
お、秋山さんも好きな。うちね、あと鶏からとかも好き。あれも何個でもいけるわ。
Lots of fried foods. Yeah. That option presented itself 2 times in no fatty foods to make you fat. That statement is too nondescript. It's not detailed enough that I can get behind.
Eh?
Not get that much.
うん。ひょっとしたら毎日食べてるかも。
Yeah, certainly that situation would probably be a problem.
はいはい
No way, and you're still not tired of it?
飽きたら適当に味変えるから平気やね。 ケチャップやったりマヨネーズやったりレモンかけたり塩だけやったり。
Dude, lemon? That sounds pretty. Some lemon and salt would sound delightful. Just hearing that gives me heartburn. It does have that feel, doesn't it? Alright. Hobbies time. Do we get a choice, or is it just one thing? We had people watching. Oh wait, did I already ask about the hobby? Oh no, I already had. This is people watching. Dang it. She only had one option. And then the other one was walking, right?
趣味
Yeah, I forgot.
待ち合わせの時
I forgot. She said people
それが
watching.
待っとるの。そしたら
Yeah, I like this one. This one was really good.
うちさ
I've been thinking about this for a while, but you must go to a cabaret club pretty often, don't you, Akiyama-san? This isn't a cabaret club, girl. It's a new club, according to Kaguya. And I'm just kidding, but it was such a extra conversation. That is true. I mean, he owns a cabaret club.
Ah.
That's right.
意外に寂しがりなんやね。
Oh no? Well, I'm a man who's fond of company. I spent a big part of my life alone, so I suppose it's only natural that I want to be around people. That's fair.
ふーん。ほな、うちが構ってあげる。
Thanks. I like that.
秋山さんめっちゃ離れしてるっていうか、全然緊張してへんやん。どないしたらそない自然に喋れるん？
That's because he's an owner. Oh, what do you mean? You seem to be natural yourself, Hanako-chan.
それがあかんねん。うち好きな人相手やと全然喋れへんの。もう目も合わせられへんくらい。
That's so sweet and innocent. It's nothing like the way you usually act.
しゃあないやん。ほんまめっちゃ緊張して手とか変な汗かいてまうんやから。目そらしてたら怒ってんのかと思われるし、テンパって変なこと口走ってまうし、いつもそれで失敗してまうねん。
It's not necessarily fine.
あのさ、
So, how about now?
今は大丈夫やけど、それがどうしたん？
いや、
No real reason.
ひょっとしてうちが秋山さんのこと好きや思っとったんやないの？
Sure.
何？
Am I wrong?
残念でした。秋山さんが相手の時はめっちゃリラックスして喋ってますよ。
Fair enough. I see.
そろそろお時間となりますが。
Alright.
わかりました。
I mean, overall, she's very,
秋山さん、
she's very friendly.
今日もあり。
Definitely not as temperamental. But basically overflowing with naivety and youth. Checks out. She's younger than the other ones. Her situation is not quite clear right now, because it sounds like she's making the situation herself. Like her hardship is largely of her own doing.
会いに来てくれ。匂いね。なん頼む？
Alright. Let's order some black champagne. How you like these?
ほんまに？
Okay.
乾杯。
Akiyama's gotta throw some cash, you know?
はあ、
Role play.
何？
What's the matter? Sleepy again?
ちゃうねん。ちょっとスクールでな、先生にきっついダメ出しされてしもたねん。
なんだ
What
って？
did he say?
何遍注意してもイントネーションが治らへん。このままやったら東京のアナウンサーになるんは絶対無理やって。
Yikes. I like the not that's probably Akiyama trying to have an accent to make it like a joke. Let me hear you.
そうだ。
I'll be able to point out anything I hear that sounds off. We already made an agreement.
無茶言わんといてや。こないなとこでできるはずないやん。
That's a skill issue. I mean, put it very bluntly, that's probably a skill issue. If I had to, I promise to be honest. I'm kidding. Yeesh. Honestly, let's follow through and see what happens.
あ
I promise to be honest. You came to me looking for help with this, right?
わかった。ありがとう、秋山さん。ほな、聞いててな。
Wait. I might be able to hear it though.
昨夜、大阪蒼天堀の飲食店で東京から来たという男が酒に酔って女性従業員に無理やりキスをした疑いで逮捕されました。
That is so hard to tell because I don't know like I definitely need to know the vocabulary to pick up that. That's way too hard. That's the greatest, like, even when it's deliberate, I can only pick up like one syllable every like 100 syllables.
男は警察の取り調べに対し、酒に酔っていたため覚えていないと供述しており、容疑を否認している模様です。
It's kind of funny that she's actually reading off of like a headline.
どうですか？
Are you talking about me? That was perfect. There's a hint of an accent. There probably was. I'm just gonna go with this.
うーん。
Someone from Tokyo would hear it right away.
やっぱりそうなんや。
But just a hint. I'm sure with a little more effort you'll be able to speak just fine.
ほんまに？めっちゃ嬉しいわ。秋山さん、協力してくれてありがとう。
Oh, we were totally faking it there. I'm happy to help where I can. Good luck, Akiyama. I certainly couldn't help with that. Okay, her likes. There's still one more. What was the third option? Food?
ほのかちゃん。
I think it's food.
え？
Yes.
それじゃ
Oh, it's fried food. We know this.
肉がええな。
Oh, a fan of meat. Interesting.
Huh?
Fried meats? It can be a number of things like beef or pork. Okay.
肉やったら何でもええわ。鳥も馬も。
Or horse? Wow.
そうか。
Horse? That's unusual, but that's good to know. I can invite you out to eat basically anywhere.
あ、でも魚はあかんわ。
Oh, rip.
何？
Can't handle it? Why not?
うちあんまり箸の扱い得意やないから食べるときめっちゃ汚くなってまうねん。
Hold up, lady. Are you telling me you don't like fish? Because you're not great with chopsticks. It's one of those like F minus 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 responses where you just walk out the door.
なるほど。
Yeah, there aren't very many people who eat fish neatly with chopsticks. I don't think so. I don't think. That's a thing? Alright.
せやから男の人の前では食べんようにしてんの。がっかりされたないから。
Okay, I get it. Because she's talking about eating with someone. Because Akiyama says that he can take her anywhere. But it doesn't mean she doesn't like fish. She just says fish is a no-go for a date. or like eating with company. That's fair enough. Man, that's some loose context though. That is some loose context. That takes the cake. I think that's the winner for like the F minus minus minus. You've given this a lot of thought, I guess.
なあなあ、秋山さんってお笑い好き？
We haven't ever seen. I mean, Akiyama has a sense of humor, right?
Ah,
It's Osaka, right? Come on. It's a lot. Oh, okay.
やっぱり。
We actually didn't know that about Akiyama. You knew it?
秋山さんって話もおもろいし、間の取り方も上手やん。せやからきっとお笑いが好きなんちゃうかなって思ってて。
That's fair too. Like that's how we're doing it. We're basically summarize what we were doing because Akiyama is pretty charismatic and he's pretty good with snappy conversation. That typically is a great indicator for an appreciation for stand-up comedy. That doesn't necessarily mean you're good at stand-up comedy, just an appreciation for it. Because being very rapid on your feet and focusing on conversation, you learn to appreciate what stand-up comedians are doing on the fly. It's quite impressive. It's way harder than a skill that is not very well practiced. That's some unusual reasoning right there. Unusual. Akiyama, get out of here.
え、そう？お笑い好きな人って話上手で人の話聞くのも上手やない？
Yep.
話下手な人はオチもなくダラダラ喋るし、変なとこでちゃちゃ入れてくるしで最悪や思うわ。
I don't know about worse, like having an opinion about that, but that is the point. Yes. When here's a super deep cut. We're gonna go into this is gonna be a slight hot take. It's harder to explain without like 2 or 3 hours of converging conversation. But the biggest deep cut I could say about games, especially video games, and I actually this actually happened yesterday and it's still on my mind. So if you're wondering about, are there any, say you're suffering from, I don't know, if you feel like you're suffering from a lack of conversationalness or anxiety or social anxiety, like social induced anxiety, or the confidence in conversation, and you wanted, what's a wonderful, like you're not a scholarly person and you're trying to think like, ah, man, I'm not gonna sit there and learn about conversationalism and read about pop culturalism and all that in order to develop intellectually how to approach conversationalism. You're more of an intuitive person. Well, one indirect way of improving intuitively on conversation is actually playing games that involve conversationalism. And one of the sources of conversational games are role-playing games. And even more so than role-playing games are more or less dating sims, or visual novel games, or novella games, or point-and-click adventure games. Those types of games involve very densely conversations. So if those are boring, unfortunately there's not much more gamified versions of conversations. But when you start reading a lot of conversations and you start hearing a lot of different angles to a conversation, a lot of times just being exposed to that produces an intuition. You do get a lot less for your money, as in a lot less with your investment of time if you're not intellectually invested at the same time. So like actively participating as opposed to playing it as a game. So whenever someone comes up and says, yeah, these games, like, I don't want to read dialogue. I don't want to, like, dialogue's boring. Like, I can't get into dialogue, or dating sim games are boring, or like that could never happen. This could never happen. So it's not about whether it's realistic or unrealistic. It's the act of practicing connecting the dots and writing in general. The other alternative is probably much, much worse for those people who write off games that are dialogue heavy, and that's to literally write. So you do creative writing, you give seminars, you teach. Those are way higher barrier than playing a game that has a narrative with choices that are restrictive so that you understand how those choices flow. A choose your own adventure game doesn't teach you how to converse with uncontrollable factors like the other person. So if you're playing a game that where you can like type in all the answers or always choose the answer you want, I would even go as far as saying those things make you a worse conversationalist than a better one. It not only reiterates your habits, it enriches for the only responses you can give. So it makes you even less charismatic. So when you're focused on video games, if you're ever wanting to maximize a skill set that you might learn intuitively, is to be really into or finding some sort of emotional or sentimental connection to a narrative that's presented outside your narrow-minded universe. So like whatever you're thinking about yourself, what you would do, the more you say what you would do, and the game literally does what you want to do, you aren't practicing conversationalism. You are practicing how to be yourself. And that's great. It gives you confidence. It gives you self-esteem. It does not improve your charisma. Charisma involves understanding other people's perspectives, all the different connections. You might be very charismatic to people like yourself, but the more you practice just that, the narrower your ability to talk to people. So if that's involved, if your confidence and your anxiety is connected to your inability to have a predictable scenario from conversation, there's some indirect ways breaking the fourth wall of this that can help someone intuit it, at least. But anyways, yeah, it happened yesterday, so and it checks out because that yesterday's interaction clearly revealed that that person that I know lacks any form of open-mindedness, and it's pretty much lives in a very restrictive world of dialogue. Anyways, like digression, but it was on my mind. So if you don't appreciate dialogue or writing or something, and then suddenly at the same time you have social anxieties and non-confidence in conversationalism, or maybe you encounter lots of bouts of disagreement all the time or frustration with talking to people, they're kind of related. Very, very strongly related. Fair enough.
なるほど。
I guess good conversationalist structures their thoughts for timing and delivery, the way comedians do when they're telling jokes. I'm not great at telling jokes, so plenty of practice, room for improvement.
そうそう分かってるやん
She made a really apt point. So this character, seemingly out of the blue, made two very, like, the people watching thing and the conversationalism thing is pretty spot on, incredibly spot on. How about you? I bet you like stand-up, right? Do you go to see live performances?
そらもう DVD とかも買うてるもん。
Interesting. Newscaster and into stand-up comedy. Oh, you're really into it. Why are you such a big fan?
なんでって
Fair question.
おもろいからに決まってるやん。
Yeah, my first thought was that's it. Alright.
なるほど。
I suppose that's straightforward enough. That was not really a reason. Not particularly. It's like relying on intuition and a reason tends to be an intellectual thing.
なんかね、笑ってると幸せな気せえへん？お笑い見てると幸せになんねん。芸人さんはほんますごい思うわ。
That's a funny statement. Doesn't laughing make you feel good? And I want to say most of the time laughing makes you feel good. But I actually don't think laughing always makes you feel good. But watching makes her happy, that's fair. It's still not a intellectual reason. Like, it's not explaining the emotions. But I think that's fair.
俺もだよ。
Talking to you always brings a smile to my face. You're a lot more flexible than I am, Akiyama.
ほんまに？嬉しいわ。
Comedians and hosts are both trying to make people smile. Indeed. Fair enough.
せやんな。芸人の人とかきっと水商売したらすぐに人気出ると思うわ。
I mean, sometimes they're one and the same. Because stand-up tends to be in the nightlife business. And when I mean by nightlife, probably maybe not the way she means nightlife, but they're technically a forms of evening entertainment.
そうか。
But in this context, they're talking about TV stuff, so maybe they're like talking about primetime TV stuff. So, or maybe like morning television programs or evening, like afternoon television programs. But generally, stand-up comedians, it's a nightlife thing. It's far more predominantly a nightlife thing than it is like broad daylight recording on a TV station or something. Outing a girl like that's not a bad idea. Oh, that's fair. But she's only average, as she claims. You know? Where's your practice? Okay. We know her hobby is people watching. So now let's get into this.
そういやさ、
何それ？どうい
Getting disillusioned with a man? Wow. That is... Wow.
どうだい？
Have you ever been disillusioned with a man? Akiyama with the deep questions.
ああ、あるある。あのね、うち口だけの男がとにかく嫌いやねん。
That's fair.
なんや、初めは調子のええこと言うとるんやけど、具体的なこと突っ込むと言葉濁したりして、ああ、こいつ絶対口だけやーって分かったりして。
It's hard for me to empathize with this phrase because it's like, it's an idiom that I don't agree with entirely. And what I mean by that is it's a product of its time. It's no longer like that anymore because the medium that illustrates most people is through an act of using language and conversation. So like what I mean is the walk the walk is like talk the talk now more than ever it's ever been. So this is like an old English, I'm gonna even say an older Americanized idiom that deals with time before this time. So like 2013 perhaps, it's still long back, right? It's over 10 years ago. So perhaps that's still apt, but just to bring it up to speed, walking the walk involves talking really well. So I just went through a whole digression about improving conversationalism. Being a conversationalist is walking the walk. Being a person who just says whatever they want is talking the talk. So it still checks out. Like he's talking about people who just talks whatever, talks themselves up, and then it's all talk. And an example would be someone that says, "I'm a very nice person. Everyone loves me. I'm very good at X, Y, and Z," and that's it. Like that's talking the talk. It still checks out the same way. Like they build themselves up and they can't back it up. Fair. But it's very different from someone who's very good at talking, because being able to talk and express and be considerate, charismatic and professional, that is walking the walk using talking as a skill. And that's on the internet now. That is the primary skill. And sure enough, it still checks out. Most people talk the talk. They cannot walk the walk. And whether they know it or not, that's kind of reflective of how successful they are online, because it's largely talking the talk. And you might be thinking, whoa, heck, what about those people doing flips on YouTube and stuff? They are communicating their skills by framing the skills on a medium. Communication is not, you can talk through demonstration. So it is one and the same still. It's a person who's capable of walking the walk that is through depiction of a message. So they can demonstrate it. So they have to understand how to communicate through the medium. So it's blurred. It's no longer like, hey, you exclusively talk. Somehow walking the walk is exclusive from talking. So personally, when someone says this idiom, you have to be very careful, because one would suggest it's someone who's not very in line with a very specific subset of people. And then when it's unfortunate, because the reason why I disagree with this type of phrasing is because it's encouraging people to think that not being able to talk well is optional. Like not being responsible for what you say, not being responsible for thinking about what you want to say, or being considerate of what you want to say is optional, as long as you can back it up with your actions. So like for example, you can insult someone if you're being honest, and therefore you're a kind person. That doesn't check out. That's a dissonance. That's saying you're a terrible talker, so you can't walk in one respect, but hey, at least you're honest. But you're still a terrible talker. Just because you're honest doesn't make you a great talker. If you're honest, it also doesn't mean you're kind. Like, none of those check out. But because of phrasing like this, conversationalism on a medium that is dominated by talking is is an incredibly negative experience. I would say it's one of the driving forces. Thoughts like this, devaluing the value, or devaluing conversationalism, the need for proper writing and communication skills, is largely one of the biggest contributors to the perspective of talking online. Like how it's incredibly negative to be earnest or reveal things or talk about deep things online, because the vast majority of people feel that talking skills is optional. Like, you don't have to develop your ability to talk if you're true to yourself. If you walk the straight and narrow, it makes it all right to be incredibly F- conversationalist, and that mars the internet experience. I think that's one of the biggest 2020 post 2020 dissonance in online, where somehow emotionally and your actions make it so that even if you insult someone with your words and hurt them emotionally, it's okay, because you help kids get better at sports. That makes it all right for you to verbally abuse someone because you're being honest. That's kind of like the thing. It sounds exaggerated, but it happens I don't think I spent a single day going online. Like, I could find 100 examples just by going on YouTube and scrolling down the comment section. It's filled with narcissism. People who have every right to be proud of what they do. Like, as a handyman of 34 years, here's the Skippy, and here's what's facts and stuff. Say, all the power to you for working and having 34 years of experience of handyman. But your conversationalism sucks so much. It's so offensive, it's so forward, and you basically just start a forest fire in the comment section. So you're a hardworking handyman with a lot of experience. That's great. But because you're a hardworking handyman, you think that it excuses how terrible you are at writing and expressing your opinions online. I'll challenge anyone to go through an entire day watching a video, scrolling down to the comment section, and tell me straight to my eyes, like straight up, tell me they didn't find a comment that illustrates what I just said. Like, in fact, probably the vast majority of the comments, I would say over 50% of the comments, in an illustration of people who can walk the walk, but definitely cannot talk the talk. It's so ironic, this phrase, because it's always talk the talk first, then walk the walk. It's to the point where they're no longer different. And it's pretty unfortunate, in my opinion. It makes pretty much content creators fear all the time, because if they say something, it can go bad. But if they do something, not so much. If you just video yourself doing cartwheels, it's less likely to raise eyebrows than explaining how hard it is to do cartwheels. Try it out yourself. I challenge the 1 or 2 people that will see this video, this section, in the near future. Try the social experiment. Demonstrate a skill and then teach a skill. The comments will be very different. And I can almost guarantee that the video that you just teach the skill by expressing is going to get a lot of negative stuff. Like stuff that will make you feel negative. Not like relative to my perspective, to your perspective. There will be more people who think they are experts at teaching something through verbal expression, through writing, than someone who sees the thing done and be like, yeah, you know what? I can't do that cartwheel. But when someone explains it without showing the cartwheel, they think they can do it. And then they will interject and overextend and reveal how inept their talking skills are. Because people are so conditioned to favor action as a literal action. And then what happens, you just have a bunch of communities who's so enriched to being discouraging, critical in a non-constructive way. You can be critical without being constructive, harmful, negative, a whole generation filled with social anxious people because they have no example of good social communication. They, you know, like when kids grow up on the internet, what do they see? They see negativity with poorly written comments, poorly written communication, misunderstanding, lots of people yelling at each other. It's no surprise that nowadays, when kids grow up, they fear talking to anyone. Because not only they don't have a great source of example of great conversationalism, they also only see a vast majority of negative conversationalism. Just people spewing their opinions like it's fact without being agreeable enough to have an opposing opinion or a differing opinion, as in just an alternative opinion, and always weighing their own opinion by miscommunicating it. Like, oh yeah, this stuff is garbage. Like, okay. This stuff's BS. Like, okay. Like, what do you say to that? Like, great. You are very disappointing. Go back to, in your little universe in your head and learn to express it better to someone else, right? That's a much bigger digression than I thought I was going to go into. But hey, whoever sees this part, definitely feel free. I would love to take the bet. Definitely prove me wrong that you can go through this time of day and age without having an example of poor communication. It's no reflection on the credibility of those people. I believe everyone is earnestly, probably really sufficiently educated, have good intentions, work really hard. It does not substitute for not being able to talk. It just doesn't. I can be the kindest person in the world, but I can still suck at talking. It's just as important. And this part cuts deep, but it also makes me think of her as a Pepega. That's just how it works, in my opinion. It's so passé. It's so passé that it's hurting typical interactions, especially for the young ones. It's this is where you get into the whole thing like, oh yeah, you just got to develop thick skin, right? You just got to think, well, if you're 30 plus or 40 plus and you spent a whole more than half your life in a situation where you have to deal with poor communication, then sure. But if you're like a teenager that's trying to grow up and think that the adults are very professional, understanding people, and all you get exposed to is that, and you never get exposed to an example of reasonable people, how do you form the thick skin in the first place? You don't. So the next time some like my age people say like, oh yeah, you know, you just got to be tolerant, you know, be thick skinned, learn how to take a joke. Like, yeah, but you didn't grow up in this generation. You grew up in the previous generation. The world is through talk. The like 70 to 80% of a kid's world growing up now is involved proper communication. And as adults who think just growing thick skin is the solution, you didn't offer any skills to deal with it in the first place. You intuited through experience. Intellectually, you have no way to process and express what it means to develop a thick skin. Like, if you tell someone, oh, just grow a pair, what does that even mean? Because you suck at talking. You're good at walking. You're good at taking life and taking blows, but you suck at talking. You're the running problem. You try to teach someone how to deal with something, but you can't. Because you spend most of your time intuiting it. Pretty aggressive, but man, I say it because in my opinion I really feel terrible for younger people who are struggling with conversing and feeling alright. Like, conversing and talking with other people is a norm that she's taking for granted here in this game. She's depicting the social norm where talking to other people is a given before they prove what they say. And that's really like 2013. I agree. I still accept that this is about 2013. But in 2020 plus, not the case. In fact, a lot of times people prefer to just show but fail to explain anything. You just don't explain things. Great example. Someone picks up their iPhone. It's like, how do you do this? Oh, you just push these couple buttons. It's like, but why? Like, how? Like, can you explain that to me? Why does this work? Have you done it? No, probably not. I mean, I don't even know how to explain certain things. And then when someone asks me, like a question, it's like, oh, why is it that way all of a sudden, right? I'm like, I have no idea. Maybe I should work on the talking portion. Okay. Moving on though. So guys, we just front with the ladies then.
そうそう、そんなん見え張っても嘘がバレた時惨めになるだけやのに、なんで堂々とせえへんねやろ。
They lied. Maybe they just want to have a good time having drinks with someone at a cabaret club.
お客さんやったらええんやけどね。男として付き合うのは絶対あかんわ。
Fair enough.
秋山さんって女の子見る目厳しそう。めっちゃレベル高い女としか付き合わへん気する。
I probably disagree that Akiyama actually does that, only because what she's saying is real high caliber is probably not the same as what Akiyama think is the real high caliber. Because the example for him is freaking Yasuko, Saijima's sister. And then before that was what's her name? Was it Eddie? I think it was Eddie. Wait, hold up. Nah. It can't be, can it? No, because we know how she looks. But man, that's such a coincidence. I didn't make the connection, but so Akiyama, right? In Yakuza 4, you find out I think her name is Eddie, right? So Eddie happens to be Akiyama's former squeeze before Yasuko came along, and they look very similar. But Eddie used to work in the business, in like finance, because they both work for a bank. So it was like during his banking years, right? At least I think. But I just realized as I'm playing through Yakuza Like a Dragon, the character Eddie, the secret character, she's part of the management thing, and her father used to run a very, like, I don't know if that's a throwback or not, or that's just a really big coincidence. I'm pretty sure it's a really big coincidence, but her name just happens to be Eddie, and you happen to help her with financial things. Anyways, sorry, my mind is going elsewhere. I definitely couldn't date just anyone. If I'm going to date a person, I suppose I need to consider their merits first. Fair enough. And not just women, either. You stand a lot to gain by being with people you respect in one way or another. Those are the kind of people I choose. Indeed. However, I probably would add, those kind of people also choose you. So if you're one that tends, like, from the other perspective, if you are doing that yourself, others around you are doing that for you too. So people who choose you are more likely to be reflective of what you're actively doing too. That includes talking. Talking is an action.
はあ、ちゃんと考えてはるんやな。ほな、うちにもメリットあるん？
Of course. What are you gonna say, Akiyama?
どこがええん？
Is it a secret? You're cute, considerate, and fun to talk to. Plus, I have a great time drinking with you. I mean, those are fair enough.
そんなん、お客さん楽しませるんが仕事なんやから当たり前やないの。
That's highly ironic that you phrased it that way, but okay.
Yeah?
A lot of girls can pull it off like you. Can't pull it off like you. All successful hostesses have a special something. Don't ask for girls I don't find interesting. Speak for yourself, Akiyama.
なんや、秋山さんに褒められるとめっちゃ照れるわ。
Smooth.
うちは相性重視やねん。お笑いに例えたらボケとツッコミ。そこが合わへんかったら絶対うまくいかへん。
That's fair, I suppose. Here, technically, a funny man and a straight man are not compatible. That's what makes them funny. But she's talking about the compatibility in their delivery, as in they understand each other. But the idea of having a funny man and a straight man is that they are not compatible. Like, the literal idea. Like, the funny man is nothing like the straight man. That's why it's funny. However, the people behind it, yeah, certainly. They have to be able to set each other up and whatnot.
それじゃあ
She's talking about chemistry as opposed to, like, I don't, it's not compatibility in that sense. So having two people that are good friends play a comedy duo is based on compatibility. A funny man and a straight man is not based on compatibility. They're opposites. That's what makes it, well, they're different. That's what makes it interesting.
うちはツッコミ。せやからボケの人とは相性ええねん。
That's fair. Is Akiyama a straight man too? Or a funny man? I mean, he is kind of more of a straight man.
俺もだよ
Does that make us incompatible? Yeah, see, that's why it gets confusing. Like, No, two straight mans can be compatible. They're incompatible for the task.
多分
Maybe. What do you mean by that?
ほらうちボケの人がええからそもそもツッコミの人とは付き合ったことないねん
Yep, there you go. That's a narrow-minded. That's naivety for you.
どうだい？
けどお互いに突っ込みまくって話が終わらへんかもしれへんよ
Well, that's the idea. That's the flaw in your logic.
それじゃあ
Maybe we can make it a game where the person who runs out of stuff to say first pays for a penalty.
それおもろそうや
That's kind
な
of smooth.
どんな会話になるんやろ
Yep.
そろそろお時間となりますが
Flaws, dissonance between intellectual understanding of stand-up comedy and emotional understanding.
今日めっちゃ楽し
Oh, we're not gonna get to the end of her segment today. Probably. Maybe. I guess I'll highlight the... My digression went a lot longer than I thought. We'll highlight it later. I like to hear a personal response to that. If someone had one that comes from a point of experience.
会いに来てくれたええ匂いやねなん頼む
Alright, stepping up. Let's hit that rose champagne.
ほんまに乾杯
え
あんな最初の1社目の試験がもうすぐあんねん
First corporate hiring test. Oh, there are companies already starting up employment exams? Let's keep getting earlier.
1社目
I
は
wouldn't know.
東京のとことちゃうくて大阪のテレビ局やねん
Interesting. So this is kind of a backup for you? I guess it'll be good for helping you get used to the interview process.
それがそう気楽にできへんねん
Alright. What do you mean?
うちまだまだ東京弁あかんやんそしたら大阪の方が受かる見込みありそうやからこっちも絶対落とせへんねん
That's important.
そうか
You have to approach this like it's the real deal?
う
Sure.
ち絶対本番でやらかしそうな気すんねんやっぱり事前に他の会社受けといた方がよかったわ
That sounds like an excuse, but okay.
いや
Everyone's nervous. Just do what you can to prepare beforehand.
まあそれはそうなんやけど今もう一個悩んでることがあんねん
Another excuse?
なんだい
Oh, what's that?
もうな本命を大阪ローカルに絞って東京弁の練習してる時間もそっちの準備に当てた方が変やないかって
I mean, that sounds reasonable.
なるほど
I see. That's certainly one option. Mhm.
秋山さんはどう思う大阪に絞った方がええんかな
No, but decide for yourself is good, but she's asking us. Don't do that.
いや
If you give up on your dreams, then you're bound to regret it someday. That's not where I was going with that. If you give up options, then your chances drop. Is what I thought that where Akiyama would go, but he's more of a dreamer. Fair enough.
やっぱそうやんなうちもそう思ってんねんけどいつまでも夢見てられる年とちゃうしどないしようかなって
Pragmatism.
さあね
The regret of trying and failing is different than the regret of never having tried at all. The decision is yours to make. That's another way to smooth it out.
わかったそしたらうち やっぱりキー局挑戦してみる。
You can try for both. To me, the answer is both. Unless you're suggesting you can't.
そうか。
Alright, good luck.
秋山さん、相談に乗ってくれてお気にね。
Alright. Did we ask about all her likes? Oh yeah, we did. Food, right? Food was the last one. People watching. Alright.
そういやさ、
何それ。
We asked about the disillusion thing that led to the walk and talk to talk digression. How many men have you dated?
何人くらいあったかな。
何？
Wow, has it been that many?
あ、そうや、女の子はカウントしてもええの？
Oh. Alright. Sure.
あ
I mean, we knew that was coming. I'm just trying to react the way Akiyama would. Sorry, I'm role playing a little hard there. Sure, guys and girls.
うち何人かと同時に付き合ってたことがあったんやけど、あれ何人やったかな。
Okay, so she doesn't give the other, what's her name? Kaguya? Kaguya gave an interesting response where she said she didn't know where the dates start. Like, what is considered a date, which is very reasonable.
はいはい。
Yes, you really play around, don't you?
そういうのとちゃうねん。
I mean, it was gonna end
た
up
だ
negative,
告
but
白してきて断るのもかわいそうやったから、とりあえず何度かカラオケ行ったりしてて。
I mean, that's fair. For someone that says she's very, she's a straight man, that's very not straight.
けど告白してくる男の子が多くて、さすがに全員と付き合うのは無理や思ってある時みんな一斉に振ったんや。
Okay. I guess a lot of people think you're dating material. Sure.
今度お
Take
正
your word
月
for
にお兄ちゃんがうちに帰ってくんねん。会うの久々やからめっちゃ楽しみな。
Okay. Big brother. Must be very
う
close.
ちめっちゃブラコンやねん。お兄ちゃんが実家出てく時なんて泣いて引き止めたくらいやもん。
I'm kind of jealous. I wish you would fawn over me like that, hun. Wait, man, I really thought Akiyama was gonna reveal if he had a sibling or not. I don't think so. He's probably only child.
ほな、秋山さんが帰る時は泣いて引き止めようか。
Crocodile tears, I wager. To force me to get an extension. Oh, the cabaret club extension.
頼むよ。
Lead on it.
じゃあ、ほんまにやるはずないやん。本気にせんといてや。
Wow. Oh, that's disappointing.
ほんでな、うち実はお兄ちゃんに会うのちょっと怖いねん。
What a reaction. Scared? Why? Because it's been so long?
それがな、お兄ちゃんうちに彼女連れてくる言うとんねん。
Okay. What's wrong with
そ
that?
うか。
Isn't it great that he's found someone?
全然用ないし、ライバル出現やで。もうずっとどうしたらええか悩んでんねん。
Sounds like a you problem. It sounds incredibly petty. Sure. I mean, that sounds very cold, but that's pretty dang petty. Selfish as well, but you know, emotionally you can probably understand that because she's very possessive and perhaps still dependent, but at the same time it doesn't change how cold that was.
なあ、
And
秋山
rude,
さん。
actually.
ど
Quite
うにか
rude.
してお兄ちゃん彼女と別れさせることできへんかな。
Not the worst. More like an F minus minus response. Not a triple minus. Not enough to take the cake. Do you think there's some way I can get my... maybe you should let this whole thing go. Is probably the way to go about that. That was almost a deal breaker, actually. But not close to a deal breaker. Not triple minus. We got another response here, right?
あのさ、
うちんことね
It on the one hand, you can find it endearing that she likes her brother that much. On the other hand, as overall, it's, you know, it's a negative. That doesn't work out most of the time. Oh, never mind. We didn't ask any of this. All right, let's ask for weaknesses.
そらせっかちなところやない。何するにもいそいそせかせか先急いでまうねんな。
Fair enough. A narcissist never admits that their weaknesses is a narcissist. But, you know.
きっと秋山さんもうちと一緒におってイラッとすることあるんちゃう？
It does show some, like, insecurities regarding her, Kansai accent. But that's it. It's overshadowed by her, vigorous directness. You must get annoyed when you're spending time with me. Her impatientness? I mean, not really.
いや、
I don't see what is impatient about it, but
ほんまに？
はいはい。
it has a lying sword.
見えるから言うてんねん。
Wow. Wow. I mean, that's what I mean. She's direct, right? So it's like, eh. She's a very confusing, like a confused. I'm not finding it confusing, but she's a very confused youth. What's the best way to farm silver and gold bugs? Silver is a little bit, the earliest to farm silver and gold bugs is the park, and you just respawn and keep moving back and forth on a taxi to farm silver and gold bugs. Preferably if you have Hamatake's or Hamataka or something amulet that prevents random encounters. But when you pick up bugs, it removes the random encounters anyways. The earliest for the most consistent place for gold bugs is when you have access to Sotenbori. That's a lot later. It's like chapter 13, I think. It's the earliest time where you can get guaranteed bugs, and it kills a lot of birds with one stone. You gain levels and you have to bootstrap through it for equipment, like defensive gear. So the golden bugs come later if you want to guarantee it. And then really at the finale, you get tons of the bugs without needing to farm them anyways when you're going through the dungeon and stuff. The earliest though is Hamataka Park, or I don't, the park in the northeast, the very northeast.
うちは下手に気使って本音言わへん人より正直に言うてくれる人の方が信用できるわ。
Straight shooters and who, I mean, you like people who are straight shooters, but you call them liars when they're being straight. That is like F minus 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 material right here. This would be a deal breaker here. This would be a double standard. She straight shoots, so it's okay. But when someone else straight shoots and it doesn't agree with her, she doesn't think it's okay, and she gaslights them. Yeah, like that would be a deal breaker. What she just did. Like an incredible red flag.
わかった。
Got it, I'll keep that in mind. She thinks she's impatient. So therefore she called Akiyama a liar. That's not how that rolls. For being straight. So that's really that would get people, that would get me to walk out the door right away. Like that gaslighting.
なんで
Alright, what's up?
今日うちな買い物した時半額まで勉強してもらって
Okay. Honestly done?
そうか。
Was there some kind of trick to it?
何円やったら買うんやけどなとかちらつかせてみたりついでにこっちも買うからおまけしてとか
I see.
なるほど。
You've got a good handle of human psychology. That makes you good at haggling. Akiyama is not being straight. That's mundane, pedestrian, and if I had to be super cold, that person probably thinks you're good looking. Because that's hard selling, and hard selling just doesn't work. And it's not a good example of a handle on human psychology. In fact, I'm more likely to think that the people would not give you something by hard selling them.
せやろ大阪の女は賢いんやで
And then she generalized herself as a representative of Osakan girls.
あのさ、
Do you always haggle when you go shopping?
普通に買うても何もおもろないやろねぎって初めてこうたったでみたいな達成感が得られんねん
So what happens when you fail? Sounds exhausting.
それじゃあ
Sounds like you must really enjoy it. I bet you get friendly with the staff at these stores too.
どっちか言うたら順序が逆やんな
You gotta do it the other way around? Yeah, I'm pretty sure the staff dislikes you too. But, you know, the other way around.
そうそう負けてもらうために仲良うなっておくんやこの子可愛いから負けてあげようかみたいな
Yeah, that's fair. At least she leans in. But I'm gonna be real with you. If you decide to haggle, if your motivation is to haggle all the time, more than likely those business runners would actually start to dislike you. But they would act as professionals. So in the more realistic case here, the people who are selling the stuff to her, it's very admirable that they stay professional and keep her satisfied as a customer. The true skill here that I would admire are the people that have to deal with her, as opposed to her patting herself on the back thinking that she's very apt at haggling when she's strong-arming them for her own satisfaction. That's an entirely different deal. I know, right? Oh, dude, Zod, like when chapter 8 hit, you know, like what 8 is like the golden goose, and everything after the story just hits. It just keeps going. Like it gets incredible soon. Like it just, I mean, that's kind of what RGG does. You know what I mean? Like when it gets near the end, like the last third, the story just takes off. Like it just goes off the rails. Everything just escalates so much. But yeah, there's so much info dumping coming since you're on chapter 10. Yeah, there's gonna be, I think 11 is the next info dump. There's so many layers. in Yakuza Like a Dragon. Yikes. Women aren't to be trifled with, I see. Nah, just her. Pretty sure it's just her. No, actually, probably more than just her, but it's women like her. I don't think women in general, but
そろそろお時間となりますが。
yeah, she was starting all right, and then man, it really got off the rails. That gaslighting. Oof. All right, time for some TMI. Let's go.
そういやさ、
はいなんなん？
Where can't a man touch you? This is gonna go swell.
あのさ、
あーうち首の周りがめっちゃ嫌やねん。
Around your neck, huh? Like right at the nap? Okay.
そうそうめっちゃ敏感。
Okay.
満員電車乗ってる時とかうなじにおっさんの鼻息とかかかるだけでもうゾゾーっとすんねん。
Okay.
なるほど。
Yeah, that does sound pretty unpleasant.
ほんまやったら今も首の周りストールかなんかで隠しときたいくらいやねん。
Interesting.
うーん。
Your neck is lovely, so that's a shame.
うちな早口言葉が得意やねん。滑舌めっちゃええねん。
Sure, let me hear one.
それじゃあ、
じゃちょっとだけやで。
Alright.
カエルぴょこぴょこみぴょこぴょこ合わせてぴょこぴょこむぴょこぴょこ。
That is a tongue twister. I mean, the English is obviously not a tongue twister, but that sounds like a pickle.
どうや？
How's that? Impressive. You really do want to be a newscaster, don't you? Yeah, practicing tongue twisters help with clarity and enunciation. Or like technique. That's more of a technique thing. A mechanical technique thing as opposed to an a higher intellectual skill.
せやろ？ちゃんと努力しとるんやで。
I mean, there isn't anything that doesn't make her. There aren't any red flags that make her a terrible newscaster. Makes her terrible at a lot of other things. Thankfully, newscasters don't have to hold conversations with people. If she was like a talk show host, then that's a no-go. Try harder. Keep it up.
そうか。
Someday, all the hard work is bound to pay off. Yeah.
もっと褒めて。うち褒められて伸びるタイプやねん。
Yeah, that's feedback, just not a constructive one.
それじゃあ、
In that case, the next time you think you've improved, be sure to show me. And if you have, I'll be sure to throw more praises your way.
わかった。ほな次はもっとすごいの言えるようになってくる。
I like the way they written most of these hostesses. It has a lot. You have a lot to talk, or at least I have a lot to talk about. Oh, we can't add any more things, so we can't ask any more unique things. So let's just
なん頼む？
order something. She says she likes fried foods, like lots, and like, oh, chicken karage is on the menu, of course. Oh, that didn't
あ、
increase
そう
it as
そう。
much.
秋山さんに聞きたいことあったんや。
This is a
なん
repeat.
だい？
秋
We're
山さん、
getting close.
半ドンって知ってる？
What do you know? Do you know what a half day is? Is that working half a day? Oh, what's that?
なんだって？
I've never heard of it.
ほら、土曜とか午前中だけ授業があるって日のこと。
Okay, fair enough. That's the context of classes,
Oh.
sure. It's not we don't know. It mean there are so many things that half days could mean. Okay. What about it? Anyway.
な他のお客と話してた時にその半ドンって言葉を聞いたんやけど、うちの通ってた学校土曜はずっと休みやったから。
Okay.
そうか。
Yeah, recently schools has been getting 2 days a week off. Back in my day, we went to school every Saturday. Yeah, that's a big one right there. And even better, even more cultural dissonance, like culturally distinctive, is that schools are year-round as opposed to not year-round, as opposed to seasonal.
うちの大学は普通に土曜も講義あるし、昔からちゃんと塾通って勉強してたん。
That checks out.
それやのにうちが反動なんか知らん言うたら、それだけでゆとりやなってバカにされたんよ。
That checks out too. It would produce a normalization behavior of that for sure. What a jerk. That's a fair response.
はいはい。
Mocking the educational itself is one thing, but what kind of education did this guy get that made him mock you? Yeah? Although, that's only because our response is restricted to sympathizing with her. But I would also, if I were to sympathize with her, it would be only fair, in my opinion, personally, to empathize also with the kid. The kids grew up normalizing that Saturday is required. Not only that, they normalize cram school. So naturally, it would be very easy to empathize knowing that that kid is trying to reach the same result as she is without having to cram or go Saturdays. That's a very logical way. It's a straight and narrow that even Hanukkah should be able to logically empathize. But she is also a narcissist, so she is more concerned about her own feelings than being able to find out why her feelings are this way because of the feelings of that kid. In a way, it's a little too meta, I would say, for a 21-year-old, but generally, like, maybe much older as she encountered these things. It's a lot easier to feel less bad, or when you understand the situation, it helps one protect oneself from it. Like, I feel less bad for her, unfortunately, because if I were in her position with my older experience, I would understand that, oh yeah, that's probably how that kid would act. I mean, very reasonable. Like, I can't feel too bad for blaming the kid. I can't blame the kid because the kid goes to school extra and they're expecting to be in the same place I am. That's literally more work. So, but see, what she lacks is that she is unable to explain that to the kid about himself, or perhaps the kid be able to communicate to her why they feel that way. So that's all part of being younger, right? And having limited experience and perspective.
うまいこと言うな。秋山さんが若い子に偏見ない人でよかったわ。
That's a double standard. She's talking about how Akiyama's not prejudiced, but she herself is prejudiced towards the other kid. And that other kid is prejudiced towards her. So they are prejudiced kids. But at least Akiyama is not prejudiced because he's the adult.
そのお客な、ゆとり世代って
Or
こと以
less
外にも
prejudiced.
うちが平成生まれってだけでバカにしたんやで。ほな、年間がついた方が良かったって思うわ。
Maybe he wasn't mocking me just because my general education, but also because I'm a 90s kid. I mean, if you knew that, why are you making that face? You were born in the 90s? A lot of girls I interview for my clubs were born around then as well. Guess times are changing. I mean, yeah, that's what creates the generational prejudices. Like 30 and 40-year-olds telling Zoomers nowadays to grow thick skin. That's generational ignorance. So fair enough. Like even older people are capable of generational ignorance, just because of that. And yeah, the whole 90s thing, that's a deep cut right there. I mean, I'm a millennial, so we're transitionally between 90s and 80s. And that comes up a lot.
秋山さんも平成生まれはあかんの？
Quite the contrary.
さあね。
Doesn't really matter. To Akiyama, it doesn't matter to Akiyama.
そうやろ？うちも見た目や年で頭悪そうとか言われたないねん。これでも有名私立通ってんねんで。
It's stupid just because of my age or looks. It's also stupid to think that attending a prestigious college means that you can't be stupid. Because you can be stupid, even attending a prestigious college. Actually, saying that means you're prejudiced. So now she's swinging around privilege while accusing other people of being prejudiced based on other prejudices. Ageism and superficial looks, right? But she says she attends a prestigious college, and that's a reason for her to not be stupid. That's hypocritical.
あのさ。
Customers who pick a girl based on age only looks at the numbers, not the girl. They really don't care about who they get. Customers who pick a girl based on their educational status only looks at status and not really the girl. So they don't really care who they get either. That's the same. It's she's just basically exchanging one criteria for another. Just the criteria that she cares about. So that's naive and just young in general. But Akiyama is being encouraging, I suppose.
そうそう。もっと内面を見てほしい思うわ。
That has nothing to do with attending a prestigious college. Like on the outside. Like it doesn't tell you if you're a spoiled brat or a Cinderella story made to happen if you attend a prestigious college. In American way. In Japan, it's probably understandable because in Japan, prestigious schools and whatnot have an incredibly high standard. So the likelihood of a successful, intelligent female in a prestigious school is probably more likely. It still does not guarantee. So you can't just go off that and assume that even if it's a very likely, right? So the idea is she's practicing the thing she hates. Like she's being judged by something and she's using that same logic to make herself seem better than what they are. In the United States is a little bit downplayed because that's no longer the narrative. So I'm more like reflecting and contrasting from a 2020 post 2020 perspective in the United States. The idea that you can swing privilege and title to sway stuff, it's still the case. I mean, like, I'm not saying it's not true, as in like people use that. That's besides the point. I'm actually acknowledging that's what's happening. Like, there's a difference between signing something as your name and putting doctor in front of the name, right? Like Dr. X versus just X. And it still happens all the time, but the logic is no different. So it's a double standard. On the one choice, on the one hand, is viewed acceptable. On the other hand, it's not, but it applies the same logic, the same leap of logic. But there's statistics that help with the other one, so it's very understandable. So if you're a gambling person, yeah, you would put your money on the person who's in the prestigious college. Doesn't guarantee it though. And it's still prejudice. Still, a cabaret club needs to meet a client's needs. If a guy simply doesn't like you, that's too bad. You should cut your losses.
そうやん
Fair
な。
enough?
うちはうちを大事にしてくれるお客にだけ笑顔を振りまくようにするわ。
Yep. I don't know about the I'm
そう
only
やん
part, but you know. I just got you one more time.
すいません。
We're kind of over our time here.
何出るかな
This girl stirred up a lot more current event stuff than the last two. A lot more to talk about.
うちな
You got bored of stuff. You get bored of stuff real easy. You don't say.
Huh.
I can see that. You're kind of impatient. I know. You try to gaslight us about being impatient.
恋愛に関しても同じ。めっちゃ惚れっぽいんやけど、相手に嫌なところがあるとすぐ冷めてまうんや。
Straight and narrow. She says she likes straight to the point. Fine. That's no good. Nitpicking someone's particulars will make you too judgmental.
嫌なもんは嫌やもん。我慢できへんくらいやったらさっさと別れた方がええやん。
I mean, that's definitely a straight response.
Yeah.
But nobody's perfect. With luck, you'll meet someone who's perfect for you, but it isn't likely. You need to make compromises somewhere.
秋山さんは冷めてますね。うちは嫌いなところがある人とは一緒におれへんわ。
Don't know what to tell you. You're gonna die alone. That's. Hey, if you putting it straight, don't be setting double standards. Yeah, she's like incredibly deal breaky.
それじゃあ
At least if you're easily smitten, you'll find someone new soon. There, Akiyama. That's a really good point. It's like falling in love all year long. She sounds like a serial monogamous with no committal issue, with incredible large committal issues. And if she's dissatisfied about herself, then she has that's her problem. If she's not displeased about it and goes life being a serial monogamous and and meet other serial monogamists, then it seems to work
そ
out.
うなんよ。さっきもええ人見つけてな。友達にメールで報告したばっかりやね。
Okay, sounds
はいはい
like she like it, her lifestyle. Should she be telling a customer this?
あ、もちろん秋山さんが初めて来てくれた時も同じやったんやで。
Oh, okay. I had no idea you felt that way about me. I mean, that's just being polite, because you should also expect that she'd probably get over you too.
うち内心ではめっちゃドキドキしとったんやから、めっちゃええ男来たわーって。
Were. That's the key key tense. Were.
あのさ、
And what do you think about me now?
内緒。
Of course. Okay.
たく。
Don't ask then.
そうそう。女の気持ち勘ぐる男はかっこ悪いで。男やったらドーンと構えてる方がええって。
Spoken like someone who doesn't understand herself. Are you sure about that? We'll leave it at that.
そろそろお時間
Are you sure about what you just said?
わかりました。
秋山さん。今日はめっちゃ。
It's okay. She's 21. If I were to take a gamble, her life is gonna have an incredible turn of events in the next 4 or 5 years. So, if she, was a real character, like, if her character persisted beyond this, I'd probably write a narrative in which her outlook in life dramatically changes. Because that outlook is a very, very lonely outlook. And if she's really upset that she is alone, something's got to give. Either she gives up and she accepts the way she is, or she goes through reform. All right, I digressed for too long, so we're not going to get to the end of her segment. It's just about her event now. We're going to switch gears. Honoka had a lot of interesting things to talk about. I'll try to clip a digression out of that. Alright, time to switch gears. That wraps up Yakuza 5 for today. It seems that